choose, so they study. Run up on a nigga, now he blasting. No show, I need a fall for the money. Only riding with the soldiers and the naughties. Break free, you gon' die like the last thing. We don't got phased by the traffic. We just want fame and a mansion. Money only evil in the last thing. No peace for the peace. So if I go to fight just to breathe, let be. My people still caged, not free. Living in the land of greed, so I don't need a reason to flee. Before I go, I'll leave. A friend up or up an enemy, let me speak. I know you ain't real, you a leech. How you say you practice what you preach? My brother's still dying in the streets. If you want smoke, you can have it. Running from the class, they bandit. And we gon' use force like a mandate. And they kill up from my niggas stick guarded. No big passion. When you hear me scream for the system, you can keep a cold out in the victim. And if you ain't involved, keep your distance. I can never kick you with a snitch. The runner said he got his first shipment. Now we doing chemistry and kitchens. Tell him stay persistent. Hey. If this is there, the resistance, cool and vicious. I know you heard me, you ain't listening. I thought he had time, he didn't. Died in an instant. I'ma be the greatest, took an L, but we going through some phases, and I was born broke. So this money couldn't change it. Did it on my own, fuck a pace it. Till everybody eating, I ain't made it. They tired of me bitching by his nation. Just a bunch of old faces, stuck up in the 80s, ready for the darkest phases. Who we been to the darkest places. See the fire in my eyes still blazing. I wish a lamp would try aiming. Just let me speak. Just let me speak, yeah. Going through phases. It's really good. Did it on my own. Yeah. Just let me speak. Are you the true now?
Yes, blessed love, people. Just let me speak. That's right, Kiki Dim. It kind of grows on you, right? Not just true, it's my baby girl that's singing, but it does kind of grow on you, doesn't it? Just let me speak. If you want smoke, you can have it. It's my kind of anthem right now. You know, if you want smoke, you can have it. You know? I chore the card, me never call no foe. You don't know how it goes, people. Blessed love, his time is up, family. Blessed love, blessed love. Blessed love, all about the Keats. Lioness Keats. All about the black. Don't know if she's here, but she will be probably. Sister Paula, Dimps. You don't know everybody in the chat. Grandma Liz, I see you. Yes. So today we've got a curious. Before I go into that, anyway, I've had a glorious week. It's been wonderful. Everything is blessed. I hope it's all blessed with you guys as well. I've seen on Instagram there's some opposition as usual. And I've blocked a few people actually because I'm kind of tired of them. Oops. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. I'm kind of tired of them actually. You know how it goes here, brothers and sisters. We allow people a certain amount of rope to have their say and do what they want to do. But you see, when they start taking it too far or they become troll-like in their behavior, or if they are trolls, from when they present. We even let the faceless come on and say what they've got to say on Instagram, on here, and so on. But when they start taking these things too far, this is when we draw the line, you know? But anyway, less said about that. This week, we are looking at a really interesting case, all right? It's not our usual stuff. And it's a case that dropped in my lap, actually, back in August while I was still on a break. And I initially said to the sister, who I'm going to bring on along with her husband in just a moment. But I initially said to the sister, I don't know about this case. I need you to bring me more evidence. All right. I need you to bring me more evidence. And she went away. And that was that, basically. I came back in September. And I've continued to do what I'm doing. So she hit me up again recently. And she said, look, I've got some evidence. And this is the evidence. I then became aware that another sister, and I became aware because the other sister hit me up in response to the sister that I'm about to bring on. I hope I'm not making it too complicated. She realized that this woman had been going through an experience, which we're going to hear about in a second. And she contacted me. But that sister that contacted me, the second sister, who hasn't been mentioned so far, she contacted me actually for the first time in June of last year. So well over a year ago. And she had a lot to say about her experience in dancehall and some of the things that she'd been through. But she didn't go ahead with her story at that time. So I come to realize that the second sister also has a story to tell, not dissimilar to the story that sister is going to going to share with us in just a moment. So that, coupled with the new evidence that sister presented to me, was the reason that I decided to work with this story, which isn't our usual stuff. We don't usually handle stuff like this. And I was particularly loathed. You know, me and the sister have spoken extensively, and she knows where I stand with stuff. I was particularly loath, actually, to even get involved, because it involved, for me to get involved, because it concerned, this whole issue concerned dancehall. And I hate with a passion, if you know me and know me well, I hate with a passion anybody, absolutely anybody that is involved in, not with a passion, individuals, actually. Let me rephrase that. I hate the whole dancehall scene. I don't like it. I hate the negativity of it. I hate what it's become. I checked out around the time of Beanie Man them, you know, when it was still relatively clean. And I don't really know what happened next. Yes, I have a peek in every now and again. When I go to Jamaica, of course, I'm immersed, and, you know, I like certain artists. I like what Puppy's doing. I like Popcorn. Even though he does get a little bit slack sometimes. But, you know, I like his flow and I like the way that he uses his art. So I have a little peek in, and you might pick out individuals, but the whole scene, the whole kind of sexualization of the scene, the negative lyrics, the way that it does not benefit our children, I ain't interested. And I don't like the way that women are portrayed, or they portray themselves in that realm. So anyway, I might talk a little bit about that later, but that kind of puts me at a little bit of a disadvantage. Lioness, I saw that you came on, sis. You can wait backstage or come back on in a bit, but I'll hit you up anyway. So I saw that you came on, sis. I could see you. But let me bring sister to the stage, because I think a lot of people know what it's already about. Blessed love, artists. Blessed love, sis. Blessed love, my brother. How you doing? I don't think we've not met and we've not spoken before. Can you hear me? Let me turn my volume up. I don't think anyone can hear me right now. Let me see what's happening with this. I think my volume might be a little bit down. Can you hear me? We can't hear you. I think you're muted. I think you're muted, sis. I can't hear you. Oh, they've gone. Nah, you got to reconnect your mic, sis. Reconnect your mic. I think you turned your mic off. I don't know what happened there. But try and get back on. Yeah. Come back on. Come back on. You're still on mute. I don't know why I can't hear you. I don't know why I can't hear you, sis. Am I the only one? Oh, they can't hear you either. No one can't hear you, sis. Hello? You're not muted on my side. Yeah, you're not muted on my side. I've muted you now. Let me unmute and see what happens. Don't know what's going on there. Sis, it's your end. We can't hear you at all. What's going on? I don't understand what's happening. Let me just come offline a minute, brothers and sisters, and liaise with the brothers and sisters and see what's happening there. It's a little technical hitch. Give me a moment. Yeah. Well, Sister's going to try again from a different device. She says it looks good at her end, but we don't know what's happening. So yeah, this story left a bad taste in my mouth because you see the whole heap of yardy dancehall passa back and forth nonsense that I see going out online with these people. I'm so far removed from that. I'm not interested. And with some my recent experience of a certain corrosive Jamaican female, I want to stay from far as away from all of them as much as possible. And that's the truth. Yes, sis. Can we hear you now?
Can you hear me?
Oh, that's better. That's better. That's better.
Must
Yeah,
be
we
the
got we, we
computer.
got a we got a more narrow view, but at least we can see you and hear you. So
Yeah.
I was saying my salutations, blessed love, sis. Welcome.
Mhm. So I'm
I'm
trying
glad.
to adjust it so that we're both
No,
in.
you're good.
It's
You're good, right? No, you're good, right there, right there.
yeah.
Just
All
move
right.
together a bit. You can move in a bit, sis, so we can see you better if you want to be seen. If you move closer together, yeah, yeah, right there. Don't move it from there. Brilliant. Yeah, this is perfect. So, sis, yeah, tell us in your own words how we got here, because you and I know the journey that we've gone through in terms of me even accepting this story to put here tonight.
Mhm.
Isn't it? It was a journey because I said to you at first, nah, not my cup of tea, not our thing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also you shared with me at the time when you approached me back in August, quite early August as well. So we're way in. Um,
Mm.
and you shared with me the Rorpa Crawper live. I do love Rorpa Crawper. He was one of the first sort of mainstream Jamaican sort of people online to hit me up when I did the Vincent Rap thing and to congratulate me. That's how I kind of became aware of him, to be fair. And I started
Mhm.
watching him, and he's quite a funny guy, isn't he? So, but I did feel, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but I did feel that he wasn't really equipped to handle the subject when I watched it. There were, there was a lot leveled against you in it, and I think to the naked eye,
Yeah.
it was just bang to rights, really. And there are parts of it where I felt that as well, and we've spoken about that, haven't we?
Yeah.
Um, but I did look between the lines of a lot of things, and particularly around a particular advocate that was quite vocal at the
Yeah.
time. So all of that in the balance with the new evidence that you presented me to, because I did ask you to go away. I asked you to go away and actually get a hair strand test, didn't I?
Yeah.
Because I said to you that would be the best way um, of really leveling, of finding out long term, like over a 2 year period. It can go up to 2 years of just exactly what your husband has used in his lifetime in terms of drugs or whatever.
Yeah.
You went away, you came back, and it was mad expensive, which I kind of thought it would be. It's usually utilized by the family courts and people like that, right? Hair strand testing. So
And they
that was
also said if that for what they would have been testing for, if it's a one-time use, the results would have been basically wouldn't have been. It wasn't a
you'd have to see
guarantee.
it, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was the company. I think there were other companies that could have definitely done a proper, diagnostic and whatever.
I
But it
phoned
was,
quite a few, and they were all in the 3 and 4 thousands, and
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. But anyhow, that wasn't an option. And I didn't hear from you again. And recently, you've come back to me with a report. Well, actually, they're not allowed to share the actual report with you, so they say, but that's actually rubbish. You should get a copy of the report and you should push for that. But they did provide you with an email, didn't they? Which
yeah,
you've sent me a copy of. So
and a
if you can,
letter.
yeah, and the letter. The letter is more detailed. I think for now the email can sort of illustrate what it is that they've said.
Yeah,
And where is that email? Here we go. But it actually states quite categorically, took the screenshot, and it says, yeah, good afternoon. It's read your victim statement, isn't it? The test results identified the possible presence of sertraline, paracetamol, and codeine. There was nothing else flagged in the test results. Talk me through that, sis, what they're saying there.
basically,
And this is clearly from law enforcement.
Metropolitan
Yeah.
Police. Yeah. So on the 23rd of May,
Mm-hmm.
2023, I took my husband to the police station, Croydon Police Station, to get a urine sample because on the 20th of May 2023,
I was booked for a face painting at another fellow artist's house for her child's birthday. I was told to bring my husband and bring my daughter. We were served a drink each, which I didn't finish mine. I only took a couple of sips. Thought it tasted a bit weird, but because I'm not a big drinker like that, I didn't really think nothing. And plus, I was working. My husband had a drink as well. He seemed fine at the party, like he was just, drinking and merry. But when we got home, another thing happened, and we ended up having a fight, which we don't fight. My husband does not hit me. He's never hit me or tried to abuse me or, put me in a state of where I have to fear for my life. And yeah, we had a fight. Woke up the next morning. He couldn't remember the fight. He couldn't remember the fight that we had, and we left that place at the cab came at 11:30, so we probably got home, I don't know, after 12. I can't remember how long the journey was. It was from Brockley to Croydon. So yeah, and I confronted him because at the party towards the end I did notice that he was getting a bit cheeky, because I offered him some soup and his reaction, it just was rude to me, especially from what I know from my husband. But I didn't make a big deal out of it. I just thought at the time he was a bit tipsy. So I just said to him, look, Jerome, you're not like these men here at the party. And then the men that were there began to mock me. One of them actually called me a bitch and told me to get the fuck out of here. But he made
This was
sure he
at
said
the
it.
actual party. Okay.
Yeah. And
Okay.
yeah, so at the time, I didn't want to react because we're in these people's house. It's only me and my husband and my child. So if anything happens, that's going to be the whole house against us. So I had to think critically. So I was making mental notes of things that, I didn't like, that I was going to address the person the next day about. So after the next morning, he woke up. He didn't remember nothing of the fight. I called a friend to tell her what happened that night. And the friend was just like, it sounds like they've done something, like something's been put in your husband's drink. And at first I was like, no, that's not possible. He must have been drunk and he must be acting out. This must be really who he is. And we was on the phone the whole day. So that was the whole of Sunday, because the party was Saturday. So it's the whole of Sunday we're on the phone going over what happens. My husband starts to remember things bit by bit. And he did say that he remembered there being a white substance in the bottom of the cup. Well, he didn't say substance, but he said there was something white that resembled sugar to him. And that's when we started really getting into it. So we realized now, okay, there's a possibility that something could happen to him. So the Monday, I called, should I call their names or am I?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's already out there pretty much. There's no point, like the horse is already bolted, isn't it, really?
Yeah. So Monday, I called DJ Styler, who is one of the ones that was very vocal on Rapa Crapa's page.
Yeah, yeah.
And I told him, look, like something has happened. My husband is very ill from the party and he only had one drink. Back to the Sunday, I did text Lady Danger, and I said to her if she could call me when she is alone because I need to talk to her about something. That's what I said to her. I need to talk to her about something important. She didn't get back to me, but I was giving her time. Monday came now, and I realized that my husband wasn't really getting any better. He was just sleeping a lot. I was still trying to, figure out what was going on because I couldn't even get my head around the fact that we'd been spiked. He'd been spiked. Somebody spiked his drink. So he was in and out, sleeping a bit much. Then he would get up. He wasn't really eating that much. And I knew something was wrong because he wasn't smoking any weed. He could take about probably 2 pulls of a cigarette, if that. And then that was enough for him. He vomited. So on the Sunday, he vomited up that same drink that they gave him to drink. So however much of it he drank, he vomited that up. That was the colour. Blood, a little bit of blood was coming up. And he was just in a lot of pain. He had a headache, kept complaining about his chest. So yeah, so when I phoned DJ Styler, I said, look, I'm going to take him to the hospital. DJ Styler said it as well. He said, you need to take him. From what I explained, he said, yeah, you need to take him. Remember, I don't know nothing about spiking. I don't know. He was still breathing, so I was just monitoring him. You understand? So we took him Monday to the hospital. There was a big queue. I asked everybody if they could, let us go ahead because it's a spiking incident, which they did. They was very nice enough to. Doctors saw him. They took his blood, took his urine, done all the obs, all of that stuff. They put the ECG on his chest, everything. His observations were normal at that time. But the doctor said from what he explained in regards to what he was feeling, so during the fight, during the fight, he said that he could see 3 of me. So he was hallucinating. So we explained all of that to the doctor, and the doctor said that sounds like he could have been spiked with some anti-anxiety tablets, or he said it could be some type of Valium. That's what the words of the doctor. That's what he said to me. Yeah, and my husband who was in there. He also said my husband was very lucky to not finish the cup. And he couldn't give him nothing because he was so high. He just said he has to come down naturally and drink lots of water. And he also said that he'd be willing to assist the police, because I did ask if he could tell me what was in the blood. They said they don't test for that. And because it's going to be a police matter, they're not doing anything, basically.
I think the doctor was a little presumptuous to say to you that it could have been a substance, because he didn't know what it was. So you know what GPs can be like. Do you know what I mean?
No, this was a hospital.
Sorry, the hospital. Yeah. Well, whoever they are. That was a bit presumptuous on the part of the doctor, I would say. But go ahead, sis.
Yeah, so after that, we took him home. By that time, I was just really tired. So I said, tomorrow, I'll take you to the... Whilst I was there at the hospital, I called the police and reported it. They were supposed to come...
Oh, we've lost you.
Me. Somebody's trying to call me on private.
Okay.
Yeah, so I called the police. I got the crime reference number. They were supposed to come straight to the hospital, but because of what was going on in Croydon that day, I don't know if there was a stabbing or something. They said, look, we're going to have to come to your house on, just say like they said, the Friday. And this was already, the Monday?
Someone's calling you again. We've lost you there, sis. I think she's on a call. I think sister's on a call. Let's look at the comments. DJ Styler was styling everyone. What does that mean? If people, what's Jenna saying? Who's Jenna? Who's Jenna, I wonder? If people really sit and listen to you, why you never bring your own drink? When I see you with my 2 eyes, when you get drink. Oh, we've lost sister. She's going to come back. When you get drink, he had the cup in his hand and he left go shop with one of the ladies. Well, later on, it'd be good to hear from people like Jenna, because that sounds like somebody who was actually at the party. And I only want to hear from people who are there, really. Because everyone else, really, it's just, they're going to hear what's being said on one side or the other. And, they've got alliances, which is, fair enough.
Hello?
Right, sorry, it's just comments going around. Don't worry about that, sis. We've got you back. Take us back.
I'm not even reading the comments.
That's fine. That's fine. That's our job.
Sorry, somebody keeps calling me on private, and I think they're doing it on purpose.
Okay, well, don't answer it. Just reject it. Yeah.
Yeah, so where was I now? Yes, the police were supposed to come straight to the hospital. They couldn't because of other emergencies. So they said, look, we'll book you in for Friday. I didn't want to wait for Friday. So Tuesday, I took him to the Croydon police station, the one that's near Fairfield Halls, because there's 2 police stations in Croydon. One of them is near Whitehorse, which is now just a holding cell, like for prisoners or whatever, people that get arrested. The other one is where you can actually go and make reports.
Okay. All right. Not another call. Just reject it, sis, and come straight back in.
I am.
Yeah, just reject it.
I am. Yeah, so we went there. They took the urine samples. They took 2. They took a statement from him. And yeah, we was done with that. We got home, I think, after 10, after 11. It's there.
So that would have been on the Monday night, right? So this happened from
Tuesday. Tuesday we went to the police station. Yeah, because Monday we was at the hospital all day. So Tuesday.
Can you hear me? Coming back to us, sis. You there, sis? Airplane mode. That's a good idea, isn't it? Yeah. She's lost us again. Her phone's blowing up. This happens. It happens. Airplane mode. Thank you. Yeah. Come back on, sis, and put your phone on airplane mode, okay? Come back on for us. Here we go. The comments are saying put your phone on airplane mode.
Won't it affect the Wi-Fi?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know how these things work. They're saying that though.
If I put it on airplane mode, the Wi-Fi and the data is not going to be on.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I don't know.
That doesn't make sense.
Or on do not disturb. I don't know what that means. Everyone's saying that.
Do not disturb.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I don't know how to work these things on my phone, so I just turn it off. I want it to stop.
The do not disturb is on now.
All right.
I know it's their little minions calling me on private to try and disrupt it, but you lot can't stop the truth coming out.
All right. Absolutely.
We get back. All right. Yeah. So, like I was saying, they're still calling. Put it on do not disturb. It's still calling.
It's not working. All right. Go ahead, sis. We'll work with it as best we can.
Okay. So the Monday we was at the hospital. Tuesday we was at the police station because I weren't going to wait until Friday for them to test no urine, just in case, because I was educating myself on this stuff already. So we got him there Tuesday night, we've come home.
They're trying to call her on WhatsApp then. iPhone rubbish. Let's see. I tell you, sometimes people try all kind of madness. What is that about? Private number as well. That's crazy. That says a lot to me. Whoever's trying that, that's not a good look. That says that somebody's trying to shut this down. And, that leaves a lot of open questions for me. Why is sister not able to speak her truth? If it's her truth, whether it's their truth or not, who's trying to shut her down? What would be the motive for that? I wonder. Try and get back on, sis. We'll see what can happen. I knew it was going to be an interesting live. I was thinking, I wonder if I could crash this in an hour. I wonder if I could get in and out and be in my bed by 11:30 on a rare thing on a Friday night these days. I knew. I just had this feeling it was going to be a bumpy ride. I did. Hold on. It says you can connect to a Wi-Fi network. That's why I love the team, they're just on it. Info. Yeah, airplane mode, you can connect. It just means you can't receive text messages and all the rest of it. Yeah, I got it, sis. I got it. Bless. Sis, jump back on, man. Here we go. Here we go. Right, yeah, apparently airplane mode, you will still be able to use the Wi-Fi, apparently, sis.
Pardon?
Apparently, aeroplane mode, you will still be able to use the Wi-Fi. It's just that you won't receive texts and calls.
Oh, apparently. Well, either way, we're on a different device now anyway, so.
Oh, you got through, yeah? All right, brilliant.
Yes.
Alrighty.
As I said,
yeah.
To the police station. They also called us. I can't remember if it was the same Friday or the following week, but that he had a statement that he gave in the police station, And they also came to our house to take a full statement because they was aware that he was still kind of spaced out. I also sent you the picture of him falling asleep in the police station. I don't know if you one. Yeah, so they took a statement again from me, one from him. They did say that it would take about 2 weeks to get the results. So he was waiting for 2 weeks passed. We called, they're saying nothing, they don't have no results. I let the police know what was going on. I'm an artist. I've been invited around an artist's house. My husband was spiked, and this is something that it's gonna have to come out on social media. And they told me, don't come out on social media, just wait. You know what I mean? They said, don't do nothing because you ain't got
Yeah,
no results.
they're always going to say that, of
Yeah.
course.
So when I see 1 month pass, I've called them, still no update. 2 months pass, I've called them, still no update. 3 months pass, called them, still no update. I just decided to come out with it. I couldn't hold it anymore. And I was willing to risk getting in trouble by them or whatever they said would happen if you did what, just to come out with the story. Because in all of this time, Danger never contacted me to talk about nothing. By the time she really called me, I'd already blocked her. I blocked her on everything. So it's only when I blocked her off WhatsApp, all my social medias, that's when she called my phone. But to me, by then it was already too late. So like I said, on Monday, I called DJ Styler, told DJ Styler what happened, and he didn't really have much to say. He did send me a voice note and told me that it's best that I don't address the sexual indecency from her partner, Frenchie, and basically told me that I can't really just go in with a story like that. My approach, I've got to think about what do I want the outcome to be and all of this stuff. Gave him an update of what the doctor said. And the last thing he said to me is, I don't know what to say. So I left it at that with him, withdrew myself from him. The reason why I told DJ Styler is because 1, he was there at the event. 2, he was responsible for the event where I was supposed to be performing 2 weeks after that, also where Danger was going to be performing. So of course I'm going to contact the person whose event it is because he needs to know what's going on. If my husband's been spiked, I believe I know who it is. And that same person, we're going to be sharing a stage more or less. So I'm going to have to say something. He didn't say nothing. He didn't say I couldn't perform. He didn't say anything to me in that respect. So if I wanted to do something to her, I could have just acted like everything was normal and turned up to the event and done what I wanted to do. Do you know what I mean? So there was no
Which would have been in line with the whole kind of posturing around dancehall as well, wouldn't it? If that was what you were about. Yeah.
Well, yeah. But I was smarter than that and I withdrew myself from the performance because I didn't trust them at this point because the artists coming to perform, although it wasn't paid, you get your own liquor, this and that. And the way I see it, you lot probably try and spike that one too because there's ways of needle spiking now where you can spike a bottle before it's even open. And I believe that it was too much trauma for the both of us to go. A part of me wanted to go and just still, do my thing. But when I weighed up the pros and cons, it's a serious thing. You understand? So I didn't go. All of them dropped me from the team. Everybody just start backing up all of a sudden. Nobody's saying anything. I was told that, it's going to be very hard to prove. You need a toxicology report. No sympathy for what my husband's been through, and the fact that he was messed up really bad. Just all of this defense. So it made me think like, maybe this is bigger than just Danger and our man. Like maybe this is a planned thing because the way how everybody's acting, it's very strange. There was no sympathy. There was no compassion. There was nothing. Everybody's just quick to say, no, he wasn't drugged. All of this stuff. They don't actually want to know what actually happened to him. Not because they're used to man and woman fighting and beating up each other. I'm not used to that with my husband. We don't fight and beat up each other. So the fact that we had a fight, he was hallucinating. He said he could see 3 of me. All of these things took place. And I wanted answers. Danger didn't answer me, so the next best thing was social media. I went to DJ Styler because I thought he was somebody that was amicable enough to give me the right advice and to let me know where it goes from here. You understand? And I didn't get that from him, so I went to social media about it.
You started posting your own stuff, right?
Yep.
And making yourself heard on your own platforms.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
Well, the first I heard about any of it, and as I said, the only person I've heard of in the mix is Rawpa Crawpa. At that time, I'd never heard of you as an artist, and that's not for any disrespect. We're not of the same generational taste, and I'd never heard of this Lady Danger person either. I have viewed both your music since then, actually, and I do have to say that on a personal level, and that's not a slight on either person, but I prefer yours because it's less about sex and all of that nasty stuff that I really don't like to hear. But yeah, that's just my thoughts. So look, I'm going to get into, because for some people they're a bit like, what the hell's this story about? Nobody really understands what's going on, or some people don't anyway. I'm going to, if you don't mind, Rapa, I'm going to show some clips from yours, because we did have contact, actually. We did have contact, not with the individuals themselves, but with the management for Danger and Frenchy, I believe. They contacted me, a nice sounding lady. And initially she sort of made some claims about you, which we're going to talk about in a minute. All right. She'd made some claims about you, and it sort of seems to be claims that have been thrown about. Some of it I've seen reflected in the chats, actually, some of the things that are being thrown about you. So I said to her, look, in equal measure, if you have any evidence to the contrary of these allegations, please could you send me them? Because that's how we do it, right? Which she said she would. So I hooked her up via the WhatsApp, and she came back with this response. Greetings, Afua. Since I spoke to you and after careful consideration between team members, we have decided not to entertain this situation anymore. We have decided that the only people we need to be talking to is the police themselves, and we have already been in contact with them. We have previously tried to resolve the issue by speaking truthfully about it on a number of other platforms, and it has not solved anything. We have spoken in a bit more detail about this topic on an interview with The Fix in Jamaica, and all the information that you could want from us is on the interview, including an example of Substance's nasty behaviour, of which you can see in the comments underneath The Fix interview. Well, I mean, that's just comments.
I was defending myself. They were trying
Well, I mean, there are people in the comments saying nasty things about you. I don't know about all that. Any efforts that we make now are going to be in vain, as a stigma of this topic has already been fixed onto the couple in question. And I was cool with that up until that point. I thought, that's perfectly reasonable. And then it gets a little bit bitter. So it says, I did ask you kindly to remove the picture of them and the accusations from your social media again. That fell onto deaf ears. It would have been courteous and professional of you to reach out to us for evidence prior to posting up this information on your page. To conclude my message, unless you are the police or work for the police, I would appreciate it if you cancelled your interview tonight, as it is an extension of this fabrication. Well, there's a few before you comment this, there's a few problems I have with that, because initially when she contacted me on social media, she was like, I understand you have a job to do and yada yada, and now she's come out with this. So I sort of thought to myself, okay, I wonder if Rawpa Crawpa or whoever else got the same type of response, because both people were featured on that. They've decided they don't want to come on. Have they asked him to take it down? No, they haven't. And she may well have gone and sort of like had a bit of a poke around and caught what I call the troll bug, the Afua troll bug, because there's quite a few of them out there with false narratives. And, that might have thrown her. But in any event, they have declined to come on the live and speak for themselves today. Hence the reason that I need to kind of show a little bit of what they have been saying to the people. So, we've got a balance, and I'm going to use some clips from Rawpa's live that they came on. Yeah. So where are we? Here we go. So let's have a look at that. Let's hear what they're saying in response to what you're saying. And we're going to chop up some of the stuff that's going backwards and forwards. Yeah. before we get into evidence and conclusions. All right?
Yeah.
Good with you? And then obviously I need to hear from brother as well. All right, let's have a look. Oh, I think we've got fireworks happening there. Bloody hell. Right.
What's up, my beautiful people? What's up? My beautiful people, please share the live as soon as you join. Nah, like star. A bag of things that are in the media about you guys. You understand? As you know, associate of you guys are probably a friend. I don't know how close you guys are. You understand? Goes by the name of Substance and her husband. I believe you guys can see they has been campaigning on social media that you guys has drugged them to do sexual acts with them. You understand? So everybody wants to hear you guys side. You understand? People know now, people see the story. Everybody wants to hear you guys side. So me I say, so what's going on? What's up with all of that?
Why, to be honest, all of this come like, one of them bad seasons that we have passed through the year and it dropped right per way. Now, I'm going to try my best and keep it as professional because one of the reasons why we're talking today is obviously because of an incident while we were on holiday, because the previous matter needs to be addressed legally. But at the end of the day, we're just going to talk about it to the point and not in depth with certain things that share Adan and this and that, okay?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, first of all, I'm a mother. I keep only for party. I keep adult party and I keep kids party. Now, if anybody has sense, well, agree with her. Why on earth, would anybody drug you at a kids party out of everybody were nice and clean? The ugliest people ever see on the planet. Why would anybody drug you or your partner? What would we gain from that at a kids event? You know how friendship protective I'm kids them? No, tell me now. What reason? Give me somebody give me a reason for us to do that when we keep house party for adults, dance for adults where everybody come and them drink and then got in yard safely. First of all, when I kept that event, she was booked and prepaid to be there because if I never pay her, she couldn't even turn up.
She never
so more know what more she give me a reason of why I could have been jealous of her or jugger when she don't even drive.
Mm-hmm.
But kind of them age, if you're going to do something to somebody, I must benefits. Right? I've met you on 3 occasions, openly. I've never met you in a private space by yourself with your partner. So I want to know what relationship me and you have. Obviously, we already know she's an artist and I'm an artist. So we met through that circumstances. Now, her fabrications is that like we are big friends. No, we're not friends.
Why is Amazon paying me $20,000? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga mats, wedding favors, or candles.
So once a female, you can't hear me?
No, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you. Your sound gone.
The sound gone.
No sound.
That Frenchie drug her because she has said Armand. Yes. So it's alleged that Frenchie. So I want the people to understand I'm an artist and it's obviously defamation of character. She had tried to bring me down. Because a lot of time you talk to other female artists and I'm not gonna lie, based on my experience, a lot of them jealous. Mm-hmm. Them will say me not good, I'm not boss, I'm not reach nowhere, but every time I'm my head, them want to go for period. Right? So she can say me and her friend and this and that. Under no circumstances, me and her have a personal friendship. We met through mutual friendship via music. Mm-hmm. You got invited to come and paint the kids' face. So, more often, what time when you were painting the kids' face, we around at the back? You see everything that happened to your husband. Now, first of all, if somebody has been drugged, make sure from the time him drugged, it should have been kicked in while he's in the house, right? Because if you had drugged somebody, if you do something to them, him shouldn't walk out, you know. Yeah. Him should have been drugged.
Well, he said he was, because he said after him drank the drink, he was run by the back, and within half hour, him drinking the drink, and kicking, and him couldn't walk straight, he couldn't see straight, he couldn't do nothing whatsoever. You understand? It was literally immobile at the moment.
Rapper, I'm my last person leaving.
He was the last one standing. Now we have proof of that with him and a dance and a go on with himself on the back. If you're drug, you're supposed to even lead up in a corner. If you're drug, there's enough mother. If you're drug, there's enough parents in your gut to say something is wrong. And then I go.
All right, get off. Right. I'm going to take that in some bite-sized chunks at first, okay? Because we're kind of telling the story a little bit arse backwards, I think, tonight. So there's an insistence that he wasn't drugged, and there was a lot of rationale that sounds quite plausible in that response. We can't hear you again. Have you got your volume off again? Can't hear you again, sis. Can you hear me? We can't hear you. Can't hear you. What have you done wrong? You were going on well. Oh man, not again. So yeah, there was quite a lot in that sounded very plausible to me. Why go to a children's party? Why keep that up at your own children's party? That's a big question, and I want to put it to the sister as well. You know, because you have to establish motive if this is the case. We've established that was something in the brother's system, which I'm going to look at in a minute when sister comes back on. But it's still yet to be determined who put that in the drink. That's the bit that I think that is really outstanding here. It's got to be determined who did that at the end of the day. It's clear that something was there. Clear. But, you know, look, we had codeine in the system. All right, here's sister now. I hope we can hear you now, sis. It's going to be a long night if this continues. Okay, I got you. Got you back, sis, now. That's cool.
We couldn't hear nothing, you know, when you was playing their side. We couldn't hear nothing.
Okay, but you've heard it all before, to be fair.
Yeah, yeah, we don't need to hear it.
Other people hear it. Put up a one if it was playing for everyone else. Or was it just me hearing it? I hope that's not the case. Put up a one if you could hear the clip that I played from YouTube. Okay, you guys could hear it. That was cool. That's fine then. Yeah, but you've heard it all before, but the part where they're saying that you know, that you and her met through music and that you came to paint faces and that your husband was the last to leave the party and so on and so forth. I want to hear from brother for a minute, Substance.
Yeah. Sure.
Blessed love, bro. Just kind of want to hear your account of things because obviously it happened to you, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, my brother.
Yeah. Where we start from now? Yeah,
so you were in the party. At what point did you said that you saw a white substance or a powdery, sugary looking substance in the bottom of the glass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But before we even go at the whatever I've seen at the cup, you just start from the whole to reach back to that situation, right?
Okay.
So, you know, the wife did go there to do the face, right? So, you know, she said, Karen,
you guys have got a bad connection. Very bad connection. You've gone again. We can't hear you. Your sound's gone again, sis. And it's buffering a lot at your end. Your sound's gone again, sis. Sound's gone again. Can't hear you. Boy. It's going to be one of those nights, people. It really, really is going to be one of those nights with the technicals. Yeah. Can't hear you, sister. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. I don't know why people do that, right? We keep saying can't hear you, can't hear you. I guess in the hope that they lip read. That's why we say that. Let's have a look while we're waiting for them to come back on. Let me give them a minute, and maybe we'll look a bit more at some of what the other brother and sister are saying about the situation. Because listen, for every argument on each side of this thing, there is a counter argument. That's what it is. And I'm going to invite a sister on a little bit later on. Sorry, sis, I know we're running late for you as well. You did come on earlier, but we're going to invite sister on. Here's artists again. Let's see what's going on, and then we'll see. We'll get a different perspective on it as well, because it isn't just one person saying stuff. Yeah, you're back. You're back. We can hear you now.
Can you hear now?
Lord God, this whole IT glitchy thing is doing my head in tonight. But go ahead, sis.
Yeah. You hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead, bro.
So, yeah, she said, we should carry a buckle, right?
Okay.
So we never end up carry the buckle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? So we never really go do no drinking, because one is a kid's party, 3-year-old party. Yeah? Mm-hmm. So when we even get there and, she busy doing fear the kids them face. So me and the little kid who come with, right? Yeah, my stepdaughter, me and her come, she stand up there, side of me before. She never really want to get herself with a 3-year-old. Even when me a push her, I said, go and go have fun. She said, no, I will stay here so with your phone and go and watch YouTube. Yeah, right? Mm-hmm. So we're outside the back garden. Which part you walk through the kitchen, as you come out, you would see me. Yeah? She left from out of the party now with her cup in her hand and come in at the kitchen. Yeah? She said, well, we stay want food or juice? I said, no, so me and the kid eat already. Yeah. So we're good. Mm-hmm. Right? You come back again after next minute.
Who came and said that to you? Sorry.
Danger.
Oh, okay. The sister question, yeah.
Yeah, so when she come back again and ask me a question, I said, no, we're good, But you should treat like 4 to 5 times. I said, because you come on my anniversary and you eat food. So, all right, you say you have things to drink. Yeah, and me never walk with my buckle. So I asked her, so what you have in there then, since you asked me so much time if I want a drink? What you have to drink? She called some other type of liquor. So I said, it's not them type of fans of them liquor there. You have nothing smaller. She said she got rum. I said, all right, let me get a drink of the rum then, no? Yeah. So, in person, a person supposed to carry cup come and the rum come and you throw your type of spirit in the cup. She never do it. She carry the cup and prepare already. So I taste it and I said, no man, this too strong, man. Tip some more, something make it dip on a level, Mm-hmm. All right, she go back in the house. So me, I said to myself, she gone back in the house and stay so long. Maybe it was a kid's party. She may get carried away doing something else. That's 5 minutes. You care about the liquor come, taste it. So me, I said, no, something really wrong. That's feeling of me feel drinking rum not supposed to make you feel that way. So that feeling just move so fast, straight to my brain. I just start to hear the music I played, and after a time I don't hear the music, I just hear the beat. Mm-hmm. My stepdaughter was side of me, so no one couldn't come and throw nothing in the liquor. And the liquor was in the middle. I pause it, because I said no. To how me feel so fast, cold sweat start to wash me. I was cold before. So I walk my place around at the back. Yeah? So I pause. French came along with this lady and now and say, all right, him have the weed, As him see when my wife give me a weed, but I didn't got no cigarette to blend the weed. Yeah? So I said, all right, exchange is no robbery. You can get peace, but we need blame for blame it up. All right? I take up the cup now. Me and the lady where she know went through the door, I give her the cup and say, hold the cup because you know over here so different, you can't walk with the cup. Go shop. So hold the cup and we'll get the cigarette for blame up or we'll blame up. Give her the cup. I said, tell my wife, say I'm going to shop. Which in way I didn't know, so my wife did already tell her, I said, I don't know the shop because, you know, I don't know the place. She didn't know, so I'm going with a friend of hers. Yeah. So I went to the shop, get what I get and come back. Ask her for the cup. I said, you will give the cup, so I could ask anybody else for the cup because you will give the cup. You give me back the cup, go back outside. Bill up when I bill up. I bill up 2 spliff. I light it first because somebody bill a spliff for me. They have to light it first. Yeah, that's the rule. So I puff it first and I give the lady and she go and sit down. Anyway, cut it short. She come back up and now ask me if I'm good. Yeah? That's Lady Danger. She asked me if I'm good. I say, yeah man, I'm good man. Which in way I know I'm never really 100 good, but I can't go tell you, say, well, you did this something, I don't sure.
I'm with you, bro. My camera's off, but I'm with you. I'm listening. Yeah.
All right, yeah man. So standing there, she's tangling at the kitchen. She come back. You want a chair for sit down? So me I say, every man out there should stand up. It's mostly women who have kids because a kids party, so they sit down. I say, no, I'm good. I didn't sit down on no chair. I didn't take no chair. It's when the things start to more process to me now. So I start to feel certain ways. So I asked this girl named Ash, the DJ, you know, companion, where's the bathroom? She says upstairs over the kitchen. I went up there, drink some water from the face basin because I couldn't pee at the same time. Yeah. And then when I pee, I come down and I ask her, I say, you don't have nothing can eat. She said, no food is not there, but sliced fish is there. I said, all right, let me get some sliced fish then. She gave me 4 small sliced fish. I went back outside, eat the fish, because I want to try fish, so inside and I could have come up, which you may not never come up. My wife get along, me see her with some soap now. So I try to say something to her, but I couldn't say nothing because it was, you know, people was there.
You don't know who's who.
So I tell her, I said, I want some of the soup. She said, turn to me and say, boy, I see how you eat something before. I say, some of your soup I want. She come over with the soup. I say, you know, I don't want the food, but I want the soup.
Right.
Yeah, so someone was there, start to laugh. So me turn, I wonder why them a laugh, because I say I don't want the food, but I want the soup. Just in the time, maybe that when the man might say something to she, where I didn't hear. She turned to me and said, yeah, it's not like them. That's when the time I walk over to which part she was sitting. That's the time DJ Style was saying something to her like, I wonder if this is like Queenie and Dewey. And she said, no.
Yeah, he began to mock us and say, you lot are like Queenie and Dewey.
What does that mean? Queenie and Dewey, what's that?
Queenie, big up Queenie. She's an artist and
that Lady Queenie, but yeah, so what does that mean, Queenie and Dewey? What does that mean?
Because Queenie and her husband, you know, they're going through a little toxic relationship kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So he was trying to be disrespectful to one Queenie, who is always in her lives and bigging her up, and then also insulting us. I think
this
he's
is
also
why your husband was now starting to feel inebriated in some way, but not knowing what it was. This was at that point that they were making this comment?
Right. Yeah. But to me at the time, because he did, like I said, he asked me for some of the soup, but the way how he was carrying on was like he didn't eat nothing. So I'm saying, what do you mean you just ate? Like, no. Like after this time, I didn't eat no food, by the way. This is towards the end of the night. I just took some soup. Yeah. There was food in there, but I was drinking the soup. So when I see him come over to me now and ask me for the soup, I said no. But after about a couple minutes, I thought, nah, man, what? Before he's asking me for the soup, there must be a reason. So I got up and walked over to him. I felt bad because we share everything. So I offered him the soup and he drew back his head in a way like, you know, with disapproval on his face. So I'm saying, in my head, I'm saying, why is he acting like that? Like, is he showing off because he's in front of the man them or what? I don't know. Because if me and my husband have anything, it's always going to be behind closed doors. We don't do that public stuff. So I had to hold it down myself. I was annoyed. And I just looked at him and I said, Jerome, you are nothing like these men here. Because what I was saying to him, they kept mocking it back, like mocking me, saying it in how I would say it, in like a woman's way. And one of the guys that was there when I walked off, he called me a bitch. He said, get the fuck out of here, bitch. And he had his hand over his face like that. So his face was turned. My husband couldn't see him.
You didn't know? This was a guy that you didn't know, right?
Yeah, I don't know who it is, but he seemed to, I perceived that it was one of Frenchie's family because they kind of sound like they talk the same kind of thing. So I held it. I was really upset because one, I felt like my husband had disrespected me because I didn't understand what he was doing. Two, the guy called me a bitch and, you know, I don't know him and all of them something there. So I held it because in my mind, I know tomorrow I'm going to call Danger and I'm going to talk to her about what's happened. On top of that, previously, so we're going back a little bit before even that part happened. I was in the kitchen. After I finished doing the face painting, I said, let me make myself useful. Went in the kitchen, started serving everybody that was going home, serving their food. So when she's telling people that I come to her house and scrape her pot, she's a liar. The last set of food that I prepared was for her and her household because Frenchie come in and said, oh, me love food, you know, make sure you leave some food for you. We're not eat nothing yet. I said, you're good, man, don't worry. And I dished out the food for the family, put it aside, and I cleaned up the kitchen. But whilst I was in there, Frenchie did pass because it's a very small kitchen. So barely two people can fit in there. He passed behind me. So I had the soup in my hand and I'm pouring out soup. He's passed behind me and put his hands around my waist at the lower part of my back.
Move in a bit, sis. I can't see you. I can just see piece of you. Yeah. Move it around towards you a bit.
Can you see me now? Yeah, so
this was at the same party?
Yes. Okay. So when I had the soup in my hand and I was pouring out the soup, dishing out the soup, he's passed because I think he wanted to get the foil at the top of the cupboard. So he's passed and he's put his hands, both of his hands, around my waist. It was very, sorry. It was very, like 2-3 seconds, if that. So as he's touched me around my waist, I'm holding the soup. I froze. I didn't say anything. I was conscious I'm at a 3-year-old's party. I know that it's Danger's man. So I weren't going to rail up and say, this, that, this. So when they're telling me, you should have said something, you don't get the choice to tell me when and how I react. I'm a big woman. I could still hold my own. I wasn't injured in any way. It's something that could wait to speak about to the next day because I'm still keeping my professionalism as an artist, as I was booked as a face painter also. So I didn't say nothing, and I didn't say nothing to my husband either, because I know my husband, he's going to want to confront him. So I said, I will tell, everything when we get home.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So.
Yeah, so
where was I now?
It was back to the part where after the soup incident. So after that, go on.
Yeah. So after asking her for the soap and as what she explained herself there, you know this song we say, Lord, watch over your shoulder tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that.
All right. So since when I'm under the influence, I don't really sure what inside the cup as yet.
But you can feel that you feel different. You feel strange.
Yeah.
Right.
And they say I was the last person. No, I was not the last person. Right? I move over to the section where DJ Style was. Because he was a selector at the time. So when I hear that song say, Lord, watch over your shoulder tonight, I step and go round that side. Yeah? And I was, I try to do a little dance, that's me feel the way how me feel. It feel like I would just slip backward and just fall on the ground.
Like you were trying to hold it up.
Yeah, so when I hear that song now, I start to, do 1 or 2 movements, which in we him take him phone now. Start to video me, yeah. So if you say nothing them never do me, so why you have your phone and me one and everybody else was there then?
Yeah, why the video of you? Why only you?
Yeah, why you was just me?
Is that because
and
you were
nobody
acting
else?
strange?
And nobody else. It's just me one.
Is that because you were acting strange? Do you think in some way might have you? Because I'm kind of wondering that if why is there an exact video of you dancing?
Yeah,
and you were
that's the thing I would want
were
to
you
know.
the superstar of the party, or were at that point though you were saying that you were feeling strange? So could it be that you looked strange? That's why you got videoed. I don't know. I'm asking.
No.
Okay.
Maybe because them do that. Because if all right, before him lock off the sun, Danger walk out from around the kitchen and come round to him. I couldn't tell what she said to she in her ears. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. But after a time when him knows I just me and him one round there, she one round there, she just turned down the sun a little bit. 2 chairs was on the back of the wall, at the kitchen wall. I take one seat and sit there. My stepdaughter take her next chair and sit over the next side. Said the cab was coming, but then the cab cancelled, and then she's sitting there same way. I turned to she and said, well, you know, Dancehall want clean up. I never tell she it was a man or it was a woman. Yeah? She take up this poster where she got on top of the, you know.
It was the Gal Farm poster.
Who are you talking about now? Like, I'm getting mixed up here.
DJ Styler.
Okay, so
DJ Styler.
Right, DJ Styler, yes, okay. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to talk a bit more about that person in a minute, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you a whole story, right?
Yeah.
But since when he put him on the poster and said like him, that's all right, you know, he would be right, okay. I asked him, say, I didn't tell he's a man or as a woman, you know. You say spiritual. So if you're spiritual, you should know who me attack then. Because he's not a man.
Okay.
You understand? Yeah, so instead the ways he might try if you do something like, for example, you'd say, yeah, set me up then. Even if you know, say me under the influence then, because you know more than me. Yeah? So when they say me is the last person who left there, so they're wrong.
All right, but a lot of that stuff to me is minutia in all of it. Who left last, who didn't. I don't get all of that stuff. I'm not sure why it's even relevant.
Because they're trying to basically say if he was drugged, how comes he could have been the last man standing?
Yeah, but you know, even that argument is what drugs are we talking about here? Because I think there was an assumption that it would be something like Rohypnol, date rape drug, something that knocks you out pretty quickly. But we've seen sertraline, and I did want to kind of query that with you guys. Sertraline is an antidepressant. It's very specific. It can create certain types of euphoria if it's given in certain doses. So it can actually leave somebody out of it if they're not taking, you know, if they've only taken it for the first time or whatever. But it's not traditionally something that you would put in. It's not used in that way. Let's just say that. And I did ask you the question, sis, if you'd ever been prescribed any of that. Could that have got in his system some other way? Do you remember?
Yeah.
And what did you say to me?
I said I've been given it in the past, but I've never taken it. I don't take it. So it will go to the pharmacy and it will stay there. Right. I don't take it up. So there's not. And if I've had a box or two in my house, they're still sealed and they're nowhere on display for anybody to see. I don't take them tablets. Me not take them.
But we can factor that in as a possibility, yeah? Because obviously, and I asked you for a particular document to prove that to me, didn't I? But that hasn't come through yet. Yeah. So let's just say, for argument's sake, that somehow, because it's been in your presence, has got into his system somehow. Let's just get that one out of the equation. What about codeine?
Nope.
No codeine. And codeine is something it's not something you can buy over the counter in sort of enough doses. You get low level codeine over the counter, but generally codeine is something that has to be prescribed. Okay. So when I saw codeine in the system, that did lead me to be quite intrigued, because I know that codeine is misused. It's a drug that is quite popular amongst the youth at the moment when it's mixed with fizzy drinks, and they call it lean. And I do know that on the dancehall scene, I'm not that green to it. I know on the dancehall scene, especially nowadays, there's a lot of Molly, a lot of lean being used on the dancehall scene. So that led me to a little bit of intrigue. Why would codeine be there? It's quite specific. And codeine actually could give the type of euphoria, the type of effects that your husband's described, although Rohypnol wouldn't. He would have been knocked out straight away. What would he have been doing in the party? But with codeine present, actually, and I want everybody who doesn't already know, most people should, to know that one of the strings in my bow is that I am a substance misuse expert. You know, it's one of the strings in my bow. So I'm not talking from a place of ignorance. I'm talking about what I do for a living. And I know a lot about substances, drugs, whether they are legal or illicit. When it comes on to drugs like Rohypnol, the defense that I heard from the other brother and sister, Frenchie and Danger, that defense would be consistent if it was Rohypnol that was present. And actually, by the time you guys went to get it seen to, by the time you guys went to the police and had blood tests done on the Tuesday, Rohypnol would have been long gone anyway. Rohypnol leaves the system within 12 hours, sometimes even sooner, depends on the person's metabolism. So that would not have been picked up, and that's why people favor Rohypnol when they're trying to do those types of crimes, because there's no evidence of it very, very quickly, right? And it also disables the person very, very quickly. So that's the whole point of date rape drug. So if it's not date rape drug, then what was it then that made you feel this way? I've got another question. The spliff that you took, did you see what was in that? You said that there was a spliff passed around or something.
No, there weren't no spliff passed around. When I got to the party, I took my weed out of my bra. It was a fresh straw. And I gave it to my husband.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I gave it to him. And it's homegrown. It's not no mix up, spray up. It's homegrown.
And then the other question I have, because opiates stay in your system for 3 days, okay? So codeine, that's why there was trace of it. It was probably starting to come out of your system by then, if it was administered. That's the thing as well. Codeine it can't be in your system long term. It's 3 days. It's an opiate, is what it is. And that usually stays in the system for 3 days, especially when there's not been heavy use. So if we're talking from Saturday night. Saturday night was the party. So we have Sunday night makes it 1 night, Monday night makes it 2 nights, and Tuesday, I assume during the day. What time did you go to the police station?
Evening. By the time they done his statement and then the urine, there's 2 samples. I sent you on the blue picture. It tells the time that the 2 samples was done.
Yeah. So exactly. So it probably was, you caught it right on the money. Because if you'd have gone a day later, there'd be no trace of it in his system, right? So that leaves after 3 days. He said that he had weed and he's a weed smoker. Yep. They didn't mention weed on it. And that lasts at least 28 days in the system, at the least.
Can I just say, when they phoned us, so the day after Danger and Frenchie done their side of the story, the police called me the next day. And they said that they didn't find anything. So when they said, I said, what do you mean? They said the only thing they found was cannabis. I said, was there anything else in the cannabis? Was, the cannabis clean, basically? And she said, yes. So I said, all right, then, cool. We left it at that. At that time, I was just thinking they probably put GHB, because those, is it GHB? Those kind of drugs only stay in the system for about 6 hours. And
but they'd only done a piss test on him at that point, hadn't they? They'd done bloods.
No, the hospital done the bloods. They said they would get the results from the hospital. They made him sign a piece of paper.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the police had only done a piss test, right?
Yes.
Right. So a urine test at that point would have shown up the weed, of course. And especially, look, it will stay up to 14 days in your system if you're not a heavy smoker, or if you've only tried it once or twice. And it will stay up to 28 days in the system if you're a heavy regular smoker. So that we definitely would have been picked up on the piss test. And because the codeine now was coming up to the 72-hour mark, piss test probably could have missed that. Depends on how much water he drinks. If the piss test
Well, he
missed
was
that
drinking a lot of water.
right. So the piss test probably missed all the others, what we were talking about, right? Because of that. But the blood test now would have still picked it up. So that kind of makes sense to me, knowing how these things work. So go ahead, sis.
They confirmed the cannabis on the phone. They didn't confirm it in the email because they'd already told me about that.
That makes sense as well, that they wouldn't have needed to mention that, and that wasn't an issue on the table.
He already told the police that he smoked weed, so that was neither here nor there.
Yeah.
When I asked them if they could do a hair strand test. They said they couldn't do that. They said that basically closed the case. They said because of what I said to them about other people coming forward to me, that if anything does come up, they must just report it and they'll just log a file. And if at any case it can open up again, it will always be there on file for them to open up again. Fast forward later, 7 weeks later, I got that same email that I showed you. I thought it was over and done with. I just thought they didn't find nothing because they put something in his drink that could disappear within hours. And then I got that email there.
Right. So there's a lot of people in the party. Okay.
There was about 10 adults and about 10 children.
So why are you saying that it's only Danger or whoever? You're saying
because they're the ones that were serving drinks, especially Danger. Danger come up to me and bought me my drink. Danger bought the drink to my husband too. And then on top of that, she's asking him constantly if he's all right, if he wants a chair to sit down. But remember, they said he was vibing and he was good. So if he's vibing and he's good, why would you keep asking him if he wants to sit down? And then weeks and weeks later, now you're trying to say, oh, my husband was trying to move to you and you told your partner straight away and all of this stuff. So how comes it wasn't said there? Why didn't your man confront him?
I don't know about all that stuff.
She said it on another live. She done a live a few days ago.
Like I said, like you see all the back and forth. You know already, isn't it? Substance.
Yeah.
I ain't interested in none of that. Do you know what I mean? Like there's gonna be too much doing and throwing. You guys know each other. Not from you necessarily, Substance, but I do know that that whole kind of ilk of yardie people, they have a propensity for back and forth, passa, and I just think it's nonsense.
But I
so a lot of that in between stuff. Some of it is context. Sorry, brother. Some of it is context, and I get that. And the rest of it, that's between you guys. Do you understand? We're here to establish, are they abusers? Because we deal with all matters of abuse on this platform. Are they abusers and have they drugged anybody? And actually, I don't think we're ever going to be able to get really to the bottom of that unless we conduct a lie detector, perhaps. And that's something
I would recommend that. She took a lie detector test.
All right, I like that because that's something that I was going to actually talk about at the end. But that's something I'd like to see because this is really hard. It's hard to separate the wheat from the chaff on this one. Do you understand? Because I hear what you're saying, but when you speak to them, they're quite solid in what they're saying. It all sounds very plausible. I think really the wild card in all of this is this DJ Styler, though, isn't it, sis? Let me get to him because let me hear what you got to say, brother, and then we'll get to him.
Yeah, so when they say I came to the party and invite myself inside their home, that could never be true. Because you see, people back home, them know say if them a keep something and I know me I spend my money to buy it. I just see people have them table and just come give me a cup and short. I don't mean that. Yeah, I have one cup for the night. I never change that cup, and I never get nothing else to throw in that cup. So when them say I take 5 and 4 cup, when you give me that drink, I'm not the first person with that drink out of the bottle. And if it's a tall bottle, it's 15 cup. I couldn't drink 5 out of that 10.
We got that 20 to 9 at night. That's the time we reached there. So the party was already in full swing.
So when you make up them,
one bottle of rum sharing between 15 people.
Yeah, right. So so if you share it before you give me, because I come see people that drink, and I know I rum them a drink. So, and you give me, I never get the chance to throw up my rum. Is you do the throwing out. So which in way I get time to go in your kitchen, know which part you put the rum and the tracer, to go inside go have a drink to myself. Then you listen on the live and you counteract, and then you talk on a different live now and say, all right, I say something to you and you tell your man, right? So if you tell your man, a man to man, why your man never come over to me, man to man, and say, say, you do something to my woman who I didn't like or she never like. You understand? So when a person at the wrong now and can't wrap up to the wrongs where you do for no reason to me, you come on the next live now and you try to turn on things another way.
They're just making it
comical. Well, I know. Because one, if I go say me I go look she, it's just like a girl with a Portmore back road where you see them front, you see them bottom out the door. So everybody know where you have. So why upon you know where draw me attention now for me and you make the arrangement there. I don't remember no time talking to you, telling you say I like you, or me and you one day not date. Never. I hold my composure. Yeah? And if my wife did them, I got this my wife because everybody know you're front stay. I don't from ever since looking woman, I never look at woman where everybody know how the front stay. I more look at woman dress properly. Forget a decent man, right? Yeah. So when you go up on a different platform and somebody else, all right, this artist and you joke that artist husband, you're supposed to explain yourself, good. Don't try to twist up and turn around. No.
Understand.
I mean, it still hurts me, because I know every time she open that fridge and I drink a cup of juice or something, you're supposed to remember what you do to me. Because I me feel it. Everybody now go.
Bruv, let me ask you a question. You said that you remember seeing a kind of powdery substance at the bottom of the glass.
No, it's you see, because people are getting twisted, and I said,
what is it you saw? Yeah. What is it you said you saw at the bottom of the glass?
He doesn't like when people say substance because obviously that's my name. But...
yeah, and them get it twisted. Them get it twisted.
Okay.
Because substance.
Yeah.
Put the substance in the cup.
No.
Well, what it in the cup is that substance in the cup. Like you mix some sugar, some tea, and you use the G sugar.
At the bottom of the cup left over.
Yeah, you use the G sugar, and you use too much.
And what was the rum chased with?
Cranberry, the red cranberry, like.
Oh, Campari. So it was a red.
No, cranberry.
Cranberry.
Yeah, the red one.
Right. So the drink was red. Yeah. Which says to me that it wasn't clear, which means that you wouldn't have seen
there's a clear cup
straight away.
It's a clearish pinkish cup.
Yeah,
I'm saying the actual drink itself had color, so the substance the liquid inside.
And I was not in the light either.
It was dark as well.
It's just one light. So I can see how that might happen. I'm just trying to kind of rationalize all the things that people have thrown up to say that this happened or it couldn't have happened, right? So you've got a red colored drink, you're in the darkened or a room with poor lighting, which parties mostly are poor lighting, and you've drank this drink, and it's not until you get to the bottom of the cup actually that you would see something like that. Even when you're drinking tea, you won't see the sugar.
But I didn't reach to the bottom, right? I started to throw it one side because and while me I throw it out because a garbage bag was right side of me, I was watching and throwing it out. When I throw it out, this get me more interested, even though I know say something wrong with me already. Because when I see the thing in the cup now, it gets interested to me.
Yeah.
I did want to carry the cup for come home and even show she because she don't know. Right. And say looking at the cup and say if when you throw rum and cranberry, if you ever see nothing coming out rum and nothing coming out cranberry, that's separate themselves and that left to the bottom. Yeah. I don't know how I get carried away. I just forget the cup. That's my evidence. I forget my evidence to carry home. Yeah. When the little girl come back and say the cab ready, it's just like I put on the cup mistakenly
that can happen,
and forget it. So while going home now, the car was a top roof, so that breeze, you know, kind of tire me out in a sense.
He was sleeping the whole journey, Afua.
Right.
So, as you say, I was sleeping because I couldn't remember till I know the vehicle stopped. And I came up. So I came up now inside the house now, before the war start now. Because you have to know, it's just like how I explain to the doctor, and the doctor could say, Ray. Yeah. She bring up the argument now and say, you know, while you ask me for the soap and this man start laugh and say something out appropriate when I don't like. I say, I didn't hear. Which in way she don't even know, say, the influence where them put me under, it's so relaxed to me that I couldn't hear what them say to she at the time. The same place where we're at right now, sit down and I talk to you now, our setting was 1 piece setting was right here. I sit down in it, when she pull the door in the eat now and come in for, you know, talk about the situation right since another night. Yeah? I saw 3 of her coming through the door one time. So I said to her, then why 3 wanna come for the kill me then. Yeah.
Right. So you were hallucinating as well.
Yeah, and then, you know,
which would be consistent with codeine, to be fair. It can cause that.
I couldn't even tell her that. I heard even know.
And sertraline.
Even though when you're talking, you still even know them look. Yeah.
Sertraline, you have to be in a lot of high doses for it to cause that in him.
But all of those combined, he already had weed in his system.
Yeah, everything together would not have been a good look. Absolutely. And alcohol on top.
That was 5 different substances in his body. And this is the only packet of sertraline that I was given last year. My name's on it. Yeah. And it says the 9th of the 12th, 2022. Yeah. Now open it. 28 tablets.
Yeah.
See? None of them not pulled.
Yeah.
And I had to dig up for this in my cupboard.
Yeah. Okay.
So I never drug him. He never take no medication.
I don't understand why that would happen anyway. But look, what do you say? Because what do you say would be the motive for them to do that?
Bad mind and jealousy. Danger creates this picture that her life and her relationship is perfect, and it's not. Frenchie abuses her. Frenchie brings down her confidence. Frenchie does a lot of things to her. And when she looks at me and my husband and see how we're living, and, you know, because these people are very, you know, aesthetic, and she's probably thinking, well, she ain't got to do this. She ain't got to do her body. She ain't got to do none of these things. And she seems to be happy. She's bad mind. And not only that, I'm more talented than her. And she knows this. And because we're in this, she never had no problem with me before, because we've been on each other's socials for 4 years, but I was in Jamaica doing my thing. Now I'm on her turf. You understand? I'm in her space. So, of course, she saw me as a threat and a competition. And also DJ Styler, he used to call up the artists once a week to, you know, come and perform and, you know, promote themselves and stuff. But what they don't tell you is before they turn on the cameras, they chat the artists then. And they've been looking for somebody to rub out Danger for the longest time, and they thought I was going to be the perfect candidate. So you see, when they see that me and Danger's kind of like on a friend level, because she's telling people that me and her were never friends, but I've got all these voice notes of you telling me all your business, plus the stuff that you said to me when I've seen you in real life. For instance, when you told me if you was to leak Frenchie's file, his career's done. For instance, when you told me you can't wear sexy knickers because your bottom is cut up, completely cut up.
All right, let's not go into too much of that. Yeah, I'm going to play some of these voice notes because we don't want to get into too much of that. Yeah?
Yeah, that's too happening.
It's irrelevant. That's just the emotion coming from the situation between you guys. You know what I'm saying, sis?
But I'm talking the facts of the conversations that I've had with her.
No, I hear you. I hear you. It's facts that you and her were friends. So let's get into that without getting too gratuitous.
Get dry out. Yes,
Yeah, we want to keep it clean tonight.
Yeah, we're keeping it clean and real.
Let me get into some of these voice notes because I'm curious about this DJ Styler dude. He was on, in fact, before I get into these voice notes, yeah, let's just take a break for you guys. And I'm going to show a little bit more of who this DJ Styler is because he was very, very vocal in defense of this Lady Danger, wasn't he? So I just want to look at some of the things because she was saying that you and her were not friends in the slightest. You'd met through music and that you had, she'd employed you to come and do face painting, and it's that kind of relationship. It's very distant. It's all about business, and it's nothing.
She booked me before she booked me for the face painting. She invited me to the kids' party.
Right, of course.
She booked me on the actual day. She booked me for the face painting.
And what's his name? Styler has come out as being, totally team Danger, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Which we can have a look at in a minute. But I'm going to play some of the voice notes that you sent me. One of them is of Styler giving his opinion of Danger, isn't it?
Yeah.
To you.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where it goes sour for me because this type of mix-up is not the one. And we're going to bring Lioness on as well. She's going to have a little word after we've played some voice notes. Blessed love, Lioness. Lioness, too bad. Bless up, sis. She's on mute for the moment. You can stay on mute for the time being, sis, because we're going to play some stuff and then we'll hear from you, yeah? So there's a little bit of integrity coming into question here for me, people, because you got Styler. In fact, let's hear from him. Let's do it that way so people can keep up, because I already know all of this, so I'm kind of running ahead a little bit. Bless up, Lioness. Mute up for me right now, Lioness. Stay where you are. Good evening, sis. Mute up.
No problem.
Mute up for me a minute. I'm just going to play some stuff and then we're going to hear from you, sis, yeah? Don't go nowhere, but mute up for me. All right?
All right.
Okay. Let me just share some of the Rapper live again. Sorry, Rapper. I hope you don't have a go at me for using your content, but I can't see any other way, brother, right now. Let's just share that for the time being. And let's hear from this DJ Styler and how much he was opposing you guys, right?
Yep. Is something playing?
It's about to.
Oh.
If you can't see it, look at it on the actual YouTube live. You might be able to see it that way. But it's going to be what you know. It's
yeah. I don't
DJ Styler chatting and whatever. All right. So we'll try and have a look at what he's saying.
If him alright, give him some water. If him jog him to the in my kitchen, I throw the whole of a food. And I clean up kitchen if you're mad jog, because first thing, if I'm out and I'm feeling a little bit, when I go party, my partner will make sure to me, all right, that is your husband, and you came here on a booking. So when you finish, you're in the kitchen, I clean out the whole of the food. Remember them said them to eat some people. Yeah. Which you came here on more than one occasion, I asked everybody for food. Yeah. And it didn't have nothing to do with the drink, because if you drink a substance and use it something in the cup, 1 minute them drink out the whole of the juice. Yeah. 1 minute doctor say if they drink the whole of it, him dead. Yeah. She claimed she sip some, and it from jug in a something, you could have sip a tip, it gonna affect you. Of course. People have sense. Everybody was drinking from the same bottle, so why are we in a drug? When I already specifically told everyone it's a kids' party, so walk with them like a beverage. And then I'm coming with
Probably the reason why everyone never drug, because you share his drink and bring it to him personal.
Let me tell you this, yeah. The first drink.
That is strong, and he gave you to add some more chaser to it, and then you stayed long before you came back with the drink.
Oh gosh. All right, so who been in my house before already know the setup. The backyard is like right there, the kitchen.
Alright, for pop down.
Come in here, I'm everything you want. I'm a friend them pretty bad.
I mean, I was say for that.
Dimmer switches, guaranteed. Plumbing, guaranteed. Tiling, guaranteed.
Tradespeople so good, we guarantee their work for a year.
Escape to extraordinary worlds with the Royal Opera House. New worlds await.
What's up, my beautiful people? What's popping? What's popping? What's popping? And you don't know it's your boy rapper.
What do you mean he spiked your husband's drink? Why? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why would he do that? How? Yeah, she said Frenchie. She was adamant. She didn't say she thinks. She didn't say she did. She was very adamant, like she saw it with her own eyes, basically. Yeah. So I was so confused. These times I'm in a primary school, I'm teaching. I said, substance, I can't even talk about this further. And she said, no, Styler, I think it's a police matter. I think I need to take him to the hospital, and I think I need to phone the police. That's what she said.
You told me to take him to you said that. Sorry, I didn't. You didn't take him to the hospital the day before.
Wait, I'm gonna get there. Let me just speak the facts then, yeah? And if I'm lying, you can cut up or whatever, yeah? But let's listen to the facts. You said to me, you think you need to take him to the hospital and phone the police. So let me address the facts. That means you hadn't called the police at that moment, and you hadn't taken him to the hospital at that moment. This is 2 days after the party, yeah? Cool. Yeah. Let's just address the facts. So already, we buck up on a lie already, because you said you took him to the hospital. In one of your lives, you said you took him to the hospital basically the next day or immediately. That's a lie.
No, I said the Sunday, we took the whole day. It took us the whole of the Sunday to figure out what was going on.
All right. All right. So let me talk more facts. Let me talk more facts. Let me speak more facts on what you just said. That's exactly what you said. And I said to you, listen to what I said to you. You said to me, he was paralytic, he was unresponsive, he didn't know where he was, and I said, take that man to the hospital now. Yeah, I told you. I was worried for him. I said, take him to the hospital now. And I said to you, as you just said, I'm sorry you never took him from the Sunday. I said, why you never take him from the Sunday? Yeah. And you said you were using Sunday to figure out what was going on. And I
second, Styler, when you said you saw him pouring his own drink, was he in the kitchen or was he outside?
The first time he poured his drink, he was in the kitchen. The second time, I was going into the house to go upstairs to the toilet, and he was in the doorway from the garden to where you walk back into the kitchen, right there pouring his own drink. I saw it with my own eyes.
Okay.
When you saw him, where was he? One second. Actually, where was he when I'm not going to put you on camera. Where was he when you saw him? In the hallway bit, yeah? There you go. So you see the hallway bit where the garden is? The passage.
Light outside. Was it still light outside or was it dark?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter about that. There was a light outside. It was lit up. You're going too far now. Substance. You're going too far with that.
How am I going too far? When we reach
because
that.
I'm not a drinks watcher.
Still light outside.
I'm not a drinks watcher to be saying, let me clock the lighting at this moment in time that Jerome's taking a drink. I'm not gonna clock that information. Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna.
Okay. Can I just say, you said you saw him pouring his own drink, yeah? Hold on, sorry to cut you, but when I was messaging you and you're saying this is what you said, yeah? I said, remember, we had a fight. We don't fight. He's never hit me. Talking to him now, taking him now to get urine and blood test. You said, could that be a result of him being drunk or intoxicated? And you said, but if I one drink, that shouldn't happen. This not sound right. You remember you said that, yeah?
Exactly.
And I said,
hold on. You're saying one drink.
If you witnessed him pouring more than one drink, why didn't you interject right there?
Right, so DJ Styler was very heavily invested in defending Danger and her husband, right? He actually sent me a DM, DJ Styler. I didn't tell you that before, sis, but he sent me a DM, and he says to me in the DM, sorry, that's the picture of them guys. He says to me in the DM, hello, Afua, why am I being tagged in this nonsense, please? Well, I can tell you why, DJ Styler, because you're involved in the nonsense. You've been heavily invested on a live, refuting what these people are actually saying, being team Danger, and, you know, being an advocate for Danger and all the rest of it. But behind closed doors, you're kind of playing a bit of a double deal, DJ Styler. And there's other things about the integrity of the individuals, because Danger also says that she's not a friend of yours, or she never has been a friend of yours. So I'm going to play some voice notes, right? And this is all about integrity. It's not about who drugged who. What I'm trying to get at here tonight is about the integrity, because I have asked the other side, from what all the allegations and accusations they've made against you, Substance, I've asked them to provide some kind of evidence. I've not seen it. If it's on other platforms and other lives, I've kind of looked on the ones that I've seen, and I've not seen no evidence. Again, I've just seen people talking. You lot talking, them not talking, but nobody's really showing any real kind of trying to bolster their story in any kind of way. So they always say that the devil is in the detail, right? And because of this, the way that this whole thing is, it's so hard to get in the middle of who drugged or what, because we now know that drugs were present in his system. Yeah, it's hard to get in the middle of who did that. I can't say categorically that it was these two people. Yeah, but I can look in between the detail and start to say to myself, okay, who's showing integrity here and who isn't? And if so, why are people lying? Why would they do that? Why would they double deal on this? You know, those things are the kind of questions that I want to ask. Who's got motive here to do what? Because your accusation is they've done it because of bad mind and jealousy. They're saying that you're doing this because of bad mind and jealousy. Do you understand? But I've seen no evidence to the contrary. So let me just play these voice notes. The first one is from Styler, who I just find it really intriguing when you see him going hard for Team Danger on those lives, and then hearing the voice note that he sent you on the matter and his thoughts about Danger. I just think, I don't really trust that guy. But let's have a listen.
Because I get so many messages, and plus it was Ash Bernie. But yeah, nah, man, we're not watching that. Like I said to you before, don't let it get to you. I know quite a few people reached out to me, and they were like getting vexed for me, and I was like, yo, let's relax, man. When I look at she, and I said at the end of the day, like, I don't even malice the girl. I've helped her in so many different ways, you know, got her onto so much platforms, given her so much opportunities, you know, even down to in Jamaica, getting her onto BBC One Extra, just things like that, you know, and randomly, this girl decides to do this. Is just so weird to me, you know. I don't deal with her anymore because she passed her place and she disrespected a few of my team members and so forth, and I can't deal with that. So I personally don't deal with her anymore. At all. But then again, I'm not sure where her mental is. You get me? So that's why I haven't really come out with no receipts and class her and really expose her. Because anyway, everyone knows me. I'm receipts king. Anytime anyone tries to put that onto my name, I make sure I got my receipts to defend my name. So people always try to come for me. But it is what it is, man. I don't know if her mental is too correct. Go on, Ash, Trev. I don't know if her mental is too correct. So I'm not even, you know, I don't even pay that no mind, man. It don't look good for her, you know what I mean? Especially as an artist, and she goes around saying, you know, kings and queens, and it's all fake. You're doing all that, it's fake. You can't come with all these kings and queens, and you're doing this and you're doing that, and you're a, you know, reggae child, and you're talking like that, and you're trying to body shame people and disrespect people. It doesn't look good. It makes you look disgusting, and this is why me and her fell out in the beginning, because of her mouth. She can't control her mouth, and I'm not with it. I don't stand for that. You get me? Even if I don't like a person, you're not going to see DJ Styler publicly disrespecting nobody. I'm not going to do it. You understand? I'm not going to do it. Even if they come for me, I'm not going to do it, because Substance, on my page, I have a lot of people on my page from all different walks of lives. You get me? And I can't expose myself to that kind of behavior, and I can't reduce myself to that level of behavior. You get me? It just don't look good. I'm a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur. It doesn't look good, and I cannot be seen tracing with girl either. You understand? It don't look good. So my response is steak and lobster. You know what I mean? And just continue in my life and living my life, because my life is good. I'm blessed. I'm not tormented. I'm not upset. I don't envy nobody. I'm good. And I'm progressing. We're elevated. You know what I mean? And it's just jealousy. It's just all jealousy. You get me? I'm not working with her no more. And she's trying to take random attacks, and that's just it. You get me? But yeah, man, big up yourself, man. We got more work to do, man. That was just the beginning, man. We got a lot more work to do. You get me? A lot more work to do.
So that's a massive turnaround. So this was his initial response when you told him that you thought that
No. You see, if I was wicked and bad man, I would say yes, that was. But that was him talking about another artist. That was another female artist.
Right. So why have you sent it to me then?
because to hear how you're talking, how me and him, how he's talking to me, because look how he's talking on the live. Yeah, there's others. There's a lot of others there that I've said.
Right, so I thought I misconstrued that then.
No, there's one is 2 minutes long where he talks specifically on the matter and mentions Danger's name and why I shouldn't tell her about the sexual assault.
I heard that one as well, but you know, that's just, you know, what he was kind of saying on the live anyway. But anyway, okay, fine. That's not that. But in terms of this lady Danger saying that you and her were not friends, let's hear some of her voice notes to you.
I don't like talking too much in it. I prefer, like, I'm very
This is him, sorry.
The other day, you wouldn't know this.
Maybe I got the wrong ones.
No, I've sent you all of them.
It's all right, don't worry, I'm just finding them.
Yeah.
I'm in the wrong loop, or whatever you call it, thread. Because you sent me a lot of stuff. Let's have it. Okay, here we go. Maybe.
Substance, some y'all know no substance, them come like milk powder. Oh God, I'm so tired, girl. I did not go to work. I am tired. I'm getting up now. Last night was late. You guys are so fire, man. It was a, you know, honor to be against two top artists. No word of a lie. It was so great. Yeah. To be fair, as I said, when you do have a partner, the thing get drawn back a little bit and that's not in a positive vibes. It's because most men can't get to mess around with your cool phone as they want, because all of the man them a dog, you know. Sometimes you see them a yell up on the top, but them, yeah, your man, them not even happy for you. So in some ways, having a partner is good, but not wrong to say yes, I'm doing this and that, but being too friendly, that's what I'm saying. Not wrong to talk to people. But when you're too friendly, it's just, you can't see what your wife or do or your husband or your one in the same thing. If I'm supposed to be low-key, friendly, back on a back. I know what I say, it might hard to describe. But I don't give a shit about dancehall people. When they book you, when they want to pay £100. My girl, me do enough, sure enough. You know, me say me not energy for share for something big. 200 supposed to be a cab fare. That me I tell you, worse if you not drive. When you go, me must say, babes, it's £100. I even you take the rest because do what you want to do because you work for your money. The dancehall thing I joke, me not ask Christ. So me not kill up myself and say me I do not show or me I do not when it comes to them people. So if you more friendly on that basis, I feel this is that. But me tell you something, anytime you have a man and you carry them in the dance, that's how they become. And even if you carry a woman in the dance, that's how they become, because the name, when them say a partner get name call up and stuff, they want the same energy. But if you understand, send everybody real. You understand? So you have to know your limits and levels. Yeah, girl. When I go to the usual, I'll be a tea me drinking, I'm probably drink some porridge actually before I go walk. She love her stuff, them you go make the whole of my house save a coloring book, girl. Don't mind you. And she already need to scrub down to the door, the match, we never have the time. Hey, Substance, quick question, could we do like an hour and a half? Because I still not finished pay for stuff yet, so I don't want to go over the top. So maybe we could have said the hour and a half and say, but as I say, it might not even be that much catering and almost everybody.
All right, so that was something to do with the party and whatever. Yeah. But it's a lot of correspondence and back and forth and small talk, and you know, it seems quite intimate to me. I mean, there's one point where she talks about porridge and she talks about just waking up. There's a lot of correspondence, and I haven't even played all of them. It sounds like a lot more than just a music relationship to me. So not sure why she wants to play it down in that regard.
She asked me for my number. I don't know
why she wants to play it down, because I've seen enough to see that it's a bit more than that, really, sis.
And she first followed me on Instagram too.
I can't get in the middle of it, to be fair. Let's hear from Lioness. Lioness is somebody who's completely independent, who hit me up over a year before you did. And she's got something to say about it as well. Blessed love, Lioness. Talk to me.
Blessed love, Afua Rose. Queen, first and foremost, I have to commend you. Good evening to artists Substance as
Big up yourself,
the
guys.
husband, and to everybody who's listening in on the live right now. Too bad. Blessed and delivered by God. Right. Well, I'm going to start like this. Basically, obviously, through my feed, Substance and her husband's situation came to my attention. It's been over 10 years that I've not been in the dancehall circuit. And the reason for that is because I have been through a lot of abuse myself from other up-and-coming artists.
Yes.
Now, many artists, females as well as males, have been through a lot of things that we go through, you know, in this music industry. And you know, it can be difficult, you know, because everybody wants to be a star, everybody wants to be known, you know, but there are reasons why things go down, and there are reasons why people can't come out and speak. And I'm not just coming out to speak on behalf of anybody, because I'm not on either, none of their side, right? I'm like you said, independent, and I always have been, you know. But I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed with how the dancehall industry in the UK is, and I'm very disappointed with how we are as people in the community, because at the end of the day, when I was a child growing up and my uncles and aunties were in charge of them time, there was called Scar and Shabine and them something there, nobody never used to live like how we live now. You understand me? Or how it is now? Because I won't say how I live, because I don't live, I'm not in there, you know what I mean? But you know, the cruelty and the bad mindism and the malicious behavior that is coming from certain artists in the industry, because they're so desperate to achieve the heights that others achieve, sometimes much more easier than others. Do you understand me? Especially like people like Steph London, Lady Leisha. I mean, there are so many other UK artists in the dancehall, well, not just dancehall, but in the music industry anyway, that have gone leaps and bounds way, way, way above many of our heads. You understand me? Without these types of issues. You understand me? Now, the dancehall circuit in London is a very, even in the UK, it's a very small area. And at the end of the day, you know, it's just very disheartening to see. Like, there's so much I've wanted to say. Do you get me? And you know, me and you're gonna have my show on another day, because I do go out of their way to deliberately sabotage.
Hello? You still there, sis?
Yeah, to deliberately sabotage others, you know, who are trying to make it. And I find, can you hear me well?
I can hear you, sis. Yes, I can.
Hello?
I can hear you, sis. We can hear you. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, darling. Yeah, so, you know, that there are, yeah, excellent. I think there's a bit of a delay. Yeah, what I want to say to both parties is that there are better ways, yeah, to actually make it in the music industry. Ripping down one another is not going to be, it's not the answer. You know what I mean? It's not going to solve situations. I mean, I wasn't at the party. I can't say who did what. Do you understand me? But what I will say, when it comes to Lady Danger, is that I have been on the other end of her malicious behavior, you know, and I'm not her friend or has ever been a friend. Do you know what I mean? I don't know her on that level. I'm somebody who everybody knows has been in the industry for 2 decades, developing artists, securing venues when I used to do security, you know, taking care of our people. Do you know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, when I see these things, when I see these types of things flag up on my feed, you know, obviously I have to say something. And I decided to reach out to Substance because, you know, I was concerned. Do you know what I mean? Because Substance isn't the only artist that is going through issues when it comes to bullying or sexual assault in the music industry, especially dancehall, you know. And like I said, from my experiences with Lady Danger, you know, and not just Lady Danger as well, because, you know, they do a lot of shit, yeah. And you know, I've even had to report it, you know, and
you've actually been to the police.
It is becoming apparent. Do you understand me? Like, they cannot. Yeah, I have, because I've been trolled. You know, Lady Danger's actually stolen lyrics out of my songs, you know, and put them in her songs. And, you know, they go out there and they say whatever they want to say to other vloggers not to support me, or, you know, not to play my songs and stuff like that, not to book me. And I've been around, like I said, that everybody's a king, everybody's a queen in their own right. You know, everybody's got their own little talent in their own way. Do you understand me?
Yeah. Yep.
So I just wanted to just give substance, and, you know, I've supported all of them. They've all come through me, Afua. Not even just in the UK, internationally. I've helped to expose or bust many artists, right?
Yeah.
On this is that,
and you've got a massive story to tell, sis. I know you're not quite ready to tell it all.
Irrespective of what's took place, now is the time for it.
So
well, the UK dancehall scene is attacking itself. Do you understand? It's not like how it used to be when I was on the scene. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, sis. There's a bit of a delay, but we can hear you. We've still got you just about.
So, you know, yeah, and you know, there is yes, I have a big story to tell, because at the end of the day, I'm British born, but I am a Jamaican. Yeah, and I've got more evidence to bring to the table when it comes to Lady Danger, because, you know, the sun does not shine out of her backside. You understand me? And, you know, like I said, this is England. You know what I mean? We've been around since our elders were in control of the dancing circuit. Okay, and people have done a lot of stuff to get rid of lots of us original people, you know, that used to bring the love to the place, that used to make sure the place was safe. Everybody used to enjoy themselves so early hours of the morning and whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, that time there wasn't really no UK artists in the dancehall scene. It was always people coming from abroad, you know, Uncle Frighty or Maxi Priest, and do you know what I mean? Like, it was a completely different environment them time. You know what I mean? And even when like Cartel or even Sparta used to come here, or Elephant Man or anybody else, yeah, even them days there, like, there was real love, there was real unity in the place. Do you understand me? But what I've noticed ever since, I mean, it's been 10 years since I'm not around in their world. Do you understand me? Like, I still do music, I still understand me, but I know that you know, it's going downhill. And to hear what happened to Substance, I had
how does that ring true for you? What was it about Substance's story, sis?
Something I had to come and give some support, because, like I said, I did tell you about what happened. Do you understand me? And I reached out.
That's what I wanted you to share, sis.
Lady Danger on a.
We got a delay here. What is it about Substance's story that resonated with you, sis?
End of the day, do you know what I mean? To hear that somebody went to her and that this story came out, you know, and, you know, for me, that just like sent shockwaves through my body, because at the end of the day, I know what it's like when you're an aspiring artist trying to make it in the business. Do you understand me? And I know that, you know, things can take place and that people do things to get rid of others in the business because they want to be the star of the show. Do you understand me? So because I've had my experience where I was abused verbally by Lady Danger, and not just verbally. Like I said, she steals punchlines out of my songs. You know, she's tried to character assassinate myself as well, and you know, do a lot of things in the business that doesn't really work out for her certain kind of way anyway. And you know, because I've been around in London where I'm born and bred, doing music, and I'm very successful at it, not just because I'm doing it, but because I help others as well. You know, a lot of people red eye me too. So when everyone's talking about jealousy and this and that, I can understand where other artists are coming from. Do you know what I mean? So me as a elder, not really elder because I'm still 38, but I've been in it 20 years. Do you know what I mean? And I've been in it even longer than that because I'm coming from a family who are very successful musicians.
Yeah, I'm aware of your family.
You know, in the UK, you know, and so, you know, I just really was upset to hear that, you know, dancehall and the whole artistry, the environment is just going down in certain respects now in the music industry, especially in Jamaica. We hear of a lot of artists dying, being murdered. Yeah, I don't want that to happen. Like, even me, I've been told myself, you best be careful for them not kill you. You understand? By people that Lady Danger actually is affiliated with. Do you know what I mean? And even being promoted by. You understand me? And I'm thinking to myself, well, I'm born in London. You know, I'm born here and I've been doing so. Why am I going to be afraid to continue to do what I'm doing? So, like I said, the way how
what sparked the discourse between you and Danger?
The way how I felt, Afua, the way how I felt that maybe substance. Say that again, love.
No, go ahead and say what you were saying, sis. Go ahead.
Say that again.
Go ahead, sis, and say what you were saying.
No, we're saying just the way that, you know, at times I've been made to feel, you know, because I've been through heavy bullying. You really bullied myself.
You've been through. You're saying you've been through heavy bullying at the hands of
assaulted
Lady Danger.
And abused in the industry by artists who wish to, you know, be the star of the show. It just rang true to me. Nothing more than her thing, you know. But then it started to come apparent to me that, you know, my lyrics were being stung, my image, certain things that I do, they will copy it. Do you know what I mean? Because I am like the prototype. I'm like the original Dolly from 20 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm the lady that set the standard from in the early. Do you know what I mean? Certain style, certain wig wearing, certain lyrics, certain, even right now I've got like, I make the biggest trends a road. Do you understand? Even the zone what everybody lives in come from my songs. Do you understand? Certain things what I say and do, yeah, like I am the real author of what goes down. Do you understand me? Because it was handed down to people like myself and others in our age group. Do you understand? Who unfortunately, yeah, we are the originals. So like I said, because I was rudely, you know, it's not just the abuse that I verbally suffered from Lady Danger that's been the issue, you know, like I've been through my other issues. Like I said, we're going to have another show. But to everybody that's listening, you know, I just want everybody to know that at the end of the day, it's time that everybody moves together now, at the end of the day, in a righteous way. Nobody's not making no money in dancehall. You understand me? There are bigger artists in various other genres of music that are way ahead of everybody else. And we are here fighting our one another for no reason. Do you know what I mean? And it is it's beyond negative now. You understand me? It's disgusting, the behaviors of everybody, and everybody's trying to paint the narrative that people are mad and crazy and character assassinating them and talking shit about their beauty and how their weight and all these types of things. Just shows people how narcissistic everybody else is. Do you know what I mean? And when you're trying to go out there as an artist and paint yourself as a professional, you can't be painting yourself as a professional in one hand and then going out there and destroying somebody in another hand, and then acting like you're all sweet and nice when your songs, you know, there's something called hiding things in plain sight. Do you know what I mean? And this is what it looks like to me from the outside looking in. Like I know about the dancehall circuit, and I know what Jamaicans are like. Do you understand me? And they would do whatever it takes to get to the top, wherever they think the top fucking is. But to me, pardon my French, the top is a hit song in the charts. That is the top. You know what I mean? Not just because you're going on stage and everybody else isn't. Do you know what I mean? Or you're being played on air and everybody else isn't. That doesn't make you the queen. You're not the queen. People, if you want to know who the queen of London is, it's people like Adele, people like Steph London.
Okay.
Do you know?
But sis, in terms of
and all of that narrative,
in terms of
very distasteful, not professional whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I don't like the cut of any of its jib. I hate the whole thing about talking about sex and oral sex and all this stuff is just disgusting to me. But then it would be. I'm 54 years old, right? What I want to get to is what you experienced.
Yeah, it's very, very, very bad. Very bad, really, very bad.
Yeah, what did you experience with Danger yourself? You said that you were bullied. What did that look like? What form did it
Well, I've been verbally abused by Lady Danger.
You've got more to your dancehall story and everything else that went on, but
that come in verbal abuse.
It was verbal abuse, right?
So that came in the form of verbal abuse, Afua.
Yeah.
Verbal abuse and different.
That was on the back.
They troll me regularly, and they have been trolling me ever since I've left the dancehall and started my career 5 years ago.
And you were saying that you had an issue because you felt that she was stealing.
Yeah. So once I caught wind of my lyrics being, like she claims that she killed me. She claims that she killed me. Yes, my style. Yeah, she claims that they don't say my name, but they dance, but they're still doing their thing. That just goes to show you that she watches people in the dancehall circuit. You understand, or in the music industry. Do you understand me? But at the same time, she's out there spewing her S behind the scenes. Yeah, and she does steal my artwork, and she does copy my imagery and things I do. Do you know what I'm saying? And like I said on another show, how she actually speaks. You understand me? Especially when I brought, because what it was is it obviously come to my attention. So I'm that type of lady that I will come to you and I will ask you, what is your problem with me? Do you understand? Because I've never done Lady Danger nothing. Do you understand me? I don't ill treat none of them. I treat everybody with respect.
So sis, until you told,
right, I've helped everybody. I'm proud of everybody.
Can you hear me? Until you tell the rest of your story, which is going to be on a separate live, you hit me up over a year ago.
Yes,
you wanted to tell that story, but you've realised that you're not quite ready to tell it yet. The things that you've experienced, you want to talk about, and that's not just about Lady Danger, it's about across.
Well, I mean,
the abuse that you've suffered,
absolutely.
right? Okay, the abuse that you've suffered across dancehall. But you wanted to come on and validate. You wanted to come on before you tell your story, actually, and validate what Lady Artist Substance is saying, because you have your own negative experience of danger. Right, that's what you're dealing with, and you reached out to Substance because of your experience with danger, quite some time ago. And I can verify that you hit me up over a year ago.
That's correct.
As I said, at that time,
correct.
You said to me,
but obviously I have to tell a little bit of background history, because I am from the.
Yeah, you said to me at that time, this is my story, but I'm not ready to tell it yet. And that's why it was banked. That's why nobody heard from you until today. And I had no idea that you knew Danger and Frenchie until now.
It is, because they enjoy what they're doing. Afua. It's not a dream. It's not no made up story. People collaborate collectively and conspire to rip down others. Do you understand me? I see Claire Angel. Yes, Miss Claire Angel, you should stay one side. Do you understand me? Because me and you don't have nothing. But I've seen it happening. Yeah, I'm not blind to it, and I'm definitely not, not in the know of what's going on, because I've got other people that actually are in the circuit that know, that can hear, that have ears, that have eyes. Do you understand me? And can see what's going on.
So it's very much just for me to understand.
Don't trouble nobody. Do you understand me? But they always troubling me. You know why? Because I was doing good. Do you understand me?
Because we got a delay. So yeah.
So when you're doing good, they don't want to do.
Right. So I don't understand the whole dancehall scene. I can well imagine how toxic it is. And a lot of people in the chats I don't think will understand it. So you're coming here to give us context.
Disgusting.
Yeah, to give us context and also to share a little bit of your experience until you're ready to tell your whole story.
Well, from an outsider's point, like I said, exactly. So from my perspective, you can't fabricate certain evidence, right? Substance brought her evidence to the table. There's a toxicology report. I am also a qualified substance misuse counsellor. And what you said verified. I didn't really have to say much more, to be honest. Do you get me? Like, I could easily play devil's advocate and say other things too. Like, maybe Lady Danger was drinking out of that glass. Do you understand me? And maybe the codeine or whatever is her pain pill because she took, you know, plastic surgery or whatever. So she's still under medication, and by mistake, the cuts got switched. Shit can happen like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'm not here to imply. I'm not here to spin rubbish.
I think there still needs to be a level of honesty, and I feel
absolutely, and that's why I really love
certain things have been concealed, like saying that I don't know her from anywhere and trying to sort of slide off substance in that way. That bothers me a little bit, sis. Why would you say that when you clearly had a rapport with the woman? You had a rapport. You know, you were talking about planning your party, and that isn't business. Business is booking her. Yeah, we heard that one as well. Calling her and asking her opinion and talking about the party and how excited you are, that's friendship. Even if it was a loose friendship, it's friendship, right? So I want to know why conceal that? Why try and pin it down? And what you're telling me is that the character that you know and have experienced, when we spoke, you said, well, you know, I know this person as being someone who is underhanded enough to do something like that.
Well, no, I'm not accusing Lady Danger or anybody of drugging anybody, because I can't say that. Do you know what I mean? I don't know her like that. I've never been to her house. I've never shared a drink with her. I've never even seen her in person more than maybe on one occasion a very, very, very long time ago. And I mean a very long shows or anything like that. So I can't say that, yeah, that is what took place. Do you understand me? But all I can say is that I'm seeing it from the same vision that you are, you know, when it comes to like what substance has brought to the table, and also with regards to like you know, listening to what her husband said. You understand me? And nor is the hospital. Do you understand me? And there were
I understand, sis.
tests.
But hold on, so let me just address this.
There were tests taken. Do you know what I mean? If he was on like pain medication or cutting, you know.
Let me just address this comment, sis. You got
so,
a delay there. Let me just address this comment. Chanel Wright says, Afua, you told Afro a lot of things and said you weren't friends. I wasn't sending her cute little voice notes talking about my kids' party, Chanel. And anything Afro says, she's taken from my own testimony, things that have been said on the live and twisted her own narrative. So yeah, listed about but go ahead, sis. Go ahead, Lioness. That delay is crazy. That's
happy for anybody to read my file, the so-called file they say they have on me, because I've also got my receipts when it comes to other people. Do you understand me? But this is about me supporting another artist in the business who has experienced a serious incident, you know, and why I wouldn't have liked to hear say the lady's husband died. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. All right, sis. Well, thank you for your perspective. Yeah. Oh, in fact, you know what? You can stay on and
So
mute
that's
up.
where I'm coming.
You can stay on and mute up, sis. I'm going to actually
coming
put out
from.
the. I hear you, sis. Stay on and mute up. I'm actually going to put out the link for others to jump on if they've got anything to say. There's been a lot of activity for the comments, but I haven't really looked at them too much today. There's the link, people. If you want to
Yeah, well, like I
sis, you can stay on if
said,
you like.
I'll be back here on another day.
Yeah, you'll be back to tell your story another day, but you can stay on.
I'll be back here on another day.
You can stay on and mute up if you want, in case you've got any comment for anything else that anyone else has got to say. Okay. It's up to you.
Substance, I wish you all the best in your career.
Thank you.
No, Lioness is not no clout chaser because I'm doing in the business. No, I'm good for now. I think I did what I needed to do, and Substance knows that she can contact me anytime, to discuss anything else that she wants to talk about. Say for now, obviously, be continued.
All right. Blessed love, sis. Thank you for that. And I know when you're ready, you will come on and tell your full story, but not today. All right, sis. Bless up.
Have a good night.
All right. Blessed love.
Afua?
Yeah. Bless up, sis.
Yeah. So basically, to round this all up, because you still got other stuff. You got the police letter to show them as well. They just said on a live that,
by the way,
yeah, they just said on a live that we lied. We didn't go to the police when clearly that's been highlighted as a lie. There's a lot of things she said.
I think moving forward, did she know at that time you'd gone to the police? I don't know. Did she?
It was only a couple of days ago she done the.
Okay.
In one breath, she's saying we didn't go to the police, but then she's saying we put up evidence, but we've crossed out names and this and that, and it's photoshopped, and she don't believe and blah blah blah. My thing is, as a woman, as a human being, if I have a party and I've invited people, and the next day somebody's told me, look, something went down, I'm gonna call that person. You understand? Right. She left it a very long time. She didn't say anything to me. So the fact, because at first I thought maybe Danger was innocent. And I thought, yeah, it must have something to do with Frenchie. Because of past meetings and greetings where him and my husband have had conversations, and he said things to him like he controls Danger, and anything he says, it goes. So when Danger's not contacting me now and she's not trying to clear the air, because that's a very big allegation, as you can see. You understand? She made herself look guilty. As time went on, like I said, she didn't care. And they're just mocking this, taking this thing and trying to mock it and make out like it's a little gimmicks thing, because they know that the mind span of some of these people in dancehall is not very long. So they like to see the drama. They like to see the little stuff that can make them laugh. They're not actually paying attention to, one, we're causing awareness. We're creating awareness. And as a form of awareness, a lot of people have come forward. Some of them are so petrified to actually speak and let their story be known. But people are still talking. I've had people come on my lives and call her government name. So that means they must know her to a certain extent.
I'd like them to jump on this live. I want to hear from those people. I want to hear it. If that
Some
is
of
the
them
case,
are too afraid, man.
People, afraid of what? Like, they're not gangsters, are they?
Not to me, and not to my husband, but to some people, they can't avoid. You see what we're going through now, all of this public stuff, they can't deal with all of that. So
and
it's
also
easier.
The bullying
Danger and her people them have their ways of beating people down, but we're one set of people them that she can't beat down. You understand? And all of this is because she didn't think we would come out and talk. Yes, we came out and talked the first time. We didn't have no evidence, but I strongly knew that something was going to come back eventually, and it did. My husband does not take medication. He's only had now 2 visits to the doctor, and he's never been prescribed anything. He's never had to take any painkillers. He's been shot before, and he still didn't even take no pain relief. So what is he coming to England to take pain relief for? What, a headache? He's never needed to be on antidepressants. He don't even know none of those things. And like I showed you, the the boxer pills last year that the doctor prescribed me, I didn't take none of them. And as you can see,
are you signed up with a GP yet, brother? Since being in England,
yes, he's at the same GP as me.
Same GP as you. I'm going to ask you to submit a request for your medical summary, which will show what you. And I won't show that live because that's kind of confidential. But if you don't mind showing me,
there won't be nothing on it. But yeah,
no, that's fine, sis. But I just to make sure that we can cross out anything that people want to throw, you know.
But even if that's the case,
I'm going to ask you to do that.
Yes, I will do
follow
that.
Up. I did ask you already, but to follow it up now.
Yes.
Yeah? And chase them through. And I know that if I get
Afua, listen to what I'm saying to you.
I won't show it, sis, because that's confidential.
That's fine. But hear what I'm saying. Yeah. Even if, let's just say, because now they're trying to say I could have drugged him, yeah, or he could have taken the pills before. What state would he have been in getting to the party if he'd already taken those
beforehand? Yeah, he would have arrived in that state.
Don't you think what happened when he got home would have happened at the party if that was the case?
Yeah. There's someone here saying, talk up, you are a mental health patient. I have your record. If she's a mental health patient, she seems like she's got perfect capacity at the moment.
Who's that?
I don't know. Talk through the looking glass, PG-13, probably a fake account. But if this person has suffered mental health problems in the past, they've certainly got full corpus mentis and capacity now, haven't they? And if you know anything about mental illness, you'll know that it's transient. And even people that show the most acute mental illness can actually get to a point where they get well again and have capacity. So you're talking shit. Carry on, sis.
I've never been diagnosed with no mental health other than PTSD.
But even if you had, that's what I'm saying.
No, but I can be straight because these fake pages talk about nobody don't have my file other than God alone. Yeah. Right. As you can see, I don't take no medication. I've been diagnosed with PTSD. Yes, I have. That was 2019. And since that, I've been doing my shadow work. I'm a firm believer in God and I pray hard. Yeah. So I'm not no druggie. I'm not somebody that needs to take medication. Even some people need to take it. That's no disrespect to them, but I don't. I hold my own. You understand? And I don't have no reason to drug my nice, clean husband for clout. Because at the end of the day, what everybody's missing is that this man could have lost his life. We still haven't gone into the effects of how it made him feel fully and how it has made him feel since. Because psychologically, he's still going through stuff. So I want to know, just like people are saying, oh, why would Danger do it? Why would I drug my own husband? You lot got to think logically now. Come on.
But then it's totally logical for you to ask that. And it's totally illogical to imagine why you might want to do that, especially if you were going out for the night. But equally, it's illogical to kind of think, why would they pull a stunt like that at the Pickney's party? That's the bit
The reason why they pulled it at the Pickney's party, because things like this that's happening now, people are not going to believe it. They don't care about their kids.
And
because
so
the music
what's the outcome then, Brad? What do you imagine the outcome for them would be to do that? So they've achieved it. They've drugged
okay,
him.
so if they just say they was able to drug both of us, because remember I only tasted my drink, yeah? Yeah. However it would have made us react, we would have made a fool out of ourselves. They would have taken their phones out, just like they had videos of my husband dancing. They would have taken their phones out and they would have recorded this, and Danger would have had something to make a song about. Gal Farm was 2 weeks after that. We would have been going on what was supposed to be a big stage with people from Jamaica coming over and Holy Talent scouting. That's what I was told.
That was what was happening in 2 weeks after the party.
2 weeks after the party. Yeah.
So there's motive there, potentially.
When she's talking about, I should have been looking on my husband, I was already doing the face painting. But the way I was sitting, I could still see everything in front of me. When I couldn't see my husband, I could hear him. And when I couldn't hear him, I could see him then. Put it that way. The one time we went to the shop.
Just take me back to this booking thing again, because I'm trying to establish motive on either side. If she's saying that you are doing this because you just want to bring her down and you want to mess her up, I want to know what your motive would be. If you're saying that she did this because there was something coming up. Who booked you onto that gig?
DJ Styler booked me.
DJ Styler.
DJ Styler, he let his assistant, which is Boom Fashion, she's the one that sent me the invitation. The first time I ever spoke to Boom Fashion, she said to me, you need to come up and take the crown off of Lady Danger's head. I said to her, I'm not into that. And to be quite frank, I like Danger. I don't have no problem with her. I'm not the type of artist that's just going to run out and make a diss track or come against somebody for no reason. People check my music records, my history. If somebody do me something, then I will come out and say something about it. I'm not just gonna sit down and make up stuff for no reasons. If you listen to my song Drift, you will see that I'm mentioning the poisoning, the spiking of liquor, and how people bad man, how they fuck up, and all the things that has basically transpired. So I can't write about a lie. You understand? I can't do that. So why am I going to push so hard? If this was a lie, it would have dead out long time ago. And I would have been finding another method of clout, wouldn't I?
Yeah. I don't believe anybody would be pushing to this extent. But then you never know. Nothing is an absolute, sis. Nothing is an absolute. Do you understand?
I get that. But I'm not here to convince nobody. I'm just here to affirm.
You've been knocked down on a big platform like Ropa Corpa that sort of speaks to the Jamaican community as well. She has a lot of support with what she's saying, to be fair. Like, do you know what I mean? There's a lot of support there. She's clearly got that.
She's got a bigger platform. She's been around longer.
Right.
So even if people don't believe her, they're not going to show it.
She's got all of that. But here you are, still pushing.
Yeah.
You understand me? So that does say a lot to me. That does say a lot to me, to be fair. So Kim 11, it says, you clout chase like dog, you lie bad. I don't know if she's talking about if it's me or you. But come on, jump on, have your say. We're not going to entertain or even listen to tonight, because you have no plausibility unless you can come on and show your face. If you're just there on a fake platform or just want to stay in the chat chatting your rubbish, come on and back your argument, innit? That's really the argument here.
Hold on, Nick.
Otherwise it makes no sense. Huh?
What happened? Because we just cut off a minute. What happened?
No, I was saying there's people in the comments. I'm saying if they got anything to say, let them jump on. There's no point just saying all of this stuff and coming with chess in the comments. If you've got a plausible argument and you can disprove what these people are saying, then come on and say it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a big question mark over it, sis. I don't think anybody, like I said at the beginning, is going to be able to establish who exactly put that in your husband's drink.
But he was drunk.
There at all. Yeah. All right. Well,
he was drunk.
You know for yourself he doesn't take codeine and whatever, and we now know there was definitely something in his system. That's what the rest of us do know for sure. Yeah. The only thing we know for sure, the rest of us, for sure, is that your husband had drugs in his system. That we know for sure. You know for yourself he doesn't take drugs, but we don't know that. Do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof to say that he doesn't. Sister over the other end is saying that you're doing whatever you're doing because you're jealous and that you're actually a stalker. And that
where's the proof of the stalking? Where's the proof of the stalking?
There's someone called B2X. Let's see what they've got to say. Hi, B2X. Hiya. Are you real? You're showing your ceiling. Sometimes we get these idiots that come on and do this. Are you going to say something, B2X, please? Are you there? Are you talking? We can see your ceiling, but we can't hear you. Watch them jump off in a minute. B2X. B2X. No, it's not happening, is it?
We've B2X, done what they've asked us
backstage. To do. If you're serious, B2X, come on, please. But I've put you backstage. I don't know what you're on, but yeah.
Afua, they've asked us. In the first half, when we come out, they bashed us and said, "Where's your proof? Where's your proof? Where's your proof?" Now we've come out with the proof. They're still trying to go around the thing.
Yeah.
If Danger knows that she made the drink, and that is the drink, because within the testing of the urine.
B2X is trying to come back on again. Hello, can you hear me? B2X, hello.
Hello.
Oh, you can hear me now. Okay.
Hello?
I can hear you.
I don't hear anybody and I'm not sure if I'm being heard.
Yeah, you're being heard. You're being heard. Hello there. We can hear you. We can hear you, B2X. Can you hear us? Oh dear. Her delay must be even longer than too bad by the looks of things. Because we can hear you, sis. You're live. Oh, she's gone again. I don't know. I think it's at your end, B2X. We could hear you and you were live. Sweet fantasy lard. Exactly. It's a madness.
We've shown the proof at the end of the day.
Let's try again. I don't know what it is at your end, sis, but you're not really coming on very well.
We've shown the proof, and even if there wasn't any proof like that, he's the physical proof of what has happened.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you now. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Oh my days. I don't know what's going on there. Sis, can you hear us? Can't hear us. It could be because you're, and you know what happens with you, sis, when you're on the same device on the YouTube and the whatever?
No, I'm not hearing.
We can hear you though.
I'm not hearing nothing.
Don't know what to say about that. I don't know who does it ring any bells to you, B2X? I'd like to hear what she had to say actually.
It's probably one of Danger's minions because there's more of them than there is of us. So this is why people think it's clout chasing because she has a bigger platform. I don't bad mind Danger for nothing what she have. I don't want to be her. All I want is justice. You understand? Because me and my husband was on our journey minding our own business. If DJ Styler never called me in from the first female cipher, I would have still been on this side doing my thing. It's them wrote me in. And I believe they wrote me in to size me up and see how they could take me down. Yeah? Simple as that. Because I've been about for a long time and DJ Styler never reach out to me. But as I come out in the music this year and start making certain moves, he jump on the bandwagon and go on like say, yeah, man, I know her. She's a bad artist. Rare. And then this is what happens. I've already stated
kind of elevated you and then tore you down. That's how you feel.
It was all a trick. It was all a trick from a long time. They know damn well they never liked me. They just thought that maybe I would have come in and I would have been the one to start something and make a fool of myself. But because I held my composure, even when I could feel the weird energies knowing that they was trying to fight me out of that performance, I still held my composure. You understand? I held it and I didn't do
you know
nothing
what?
to get
It
out of
sounds to
line.
me. All right, B2X is trying again. I don't know.
Hello,
can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, brilliant. I can hear you. Yeah, talk to me, sis.
Okay, first of all, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I'm coming on as a voice for Danger and Frenchie at this point. Yeah, I manage Danger's career. We're very aware of that. But in this instance where they've been coupled in these accusations, I'm going to be here for both of them. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So first of all, Afua, am I pronouncing?
I'm listening to you, even though my camera's off, sis. Go ahead.
Yeah, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Afua?
Afua.
Afua.
Yeah.
Afua. Let me just get that down. Hold on. Afua, I've just had a look on your page. That's going to start with yourself at the moment. I've had a look on your page and I see that you're an activist, which means that you intervene in topics that would normally be political, social, or economic. In this case, this is social or part of a social change that you're trying to make here, which I commend you for. Because this could be anybody. Moving forward, as a activist, you would look for transformation, normally in cultures and functions. Yeah. So in this case, I'm going to put it down to a function because it's a part of something. Yeah. So this is where we are with you as an activist. Then I also saw that you're a vocalist. Now, I don't want anybody to get that confused or to be confused myself, because a vocalist can be a few things. In this case, I'm putting it down to a singer. If I'm wrong, please tell me.
I've certainly done a lot of that work in my younger days, sis.
Yeah. So okay, because I don't want people to think that a vocalist is somebody that's speaking for somebody, because we've all got the freedom of speech.
Right. No.
Yeah.
I mean it in the artistic sense. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then obviously you're a social commentator, so you've got a commentary on something. Now, in this case, the commentary that we have as a collective is something rhetorical, because we're not getting to the bottom of it. Okay. So
before you go ahead, I think it's important for you to separate my profile and who I am in terms of what I've been doing for the last, all of my adult life.
I'm just talking about this case.
In terms of wait, let me finish this. And put it in the context of the His Time Is Up movement, which is quite kind of standalone in terms of the other stuff that I do.
I'm about this particular case, because I'm not generalizing you. I'm just placing where you sit in this thing, because when you read my message, you said that it was a bit bitter, but it wasn't. What I was trying to express is that I'd asked you kindly to take down their picture, and their government names were being used, and I found that quite offensive, because as you yourselves have said quite clearly a few times, you still can't get to the bottom of it. So we have put a stigma on two people for something that we still are not able to get to the bottom of. So I just want to go back to where I was, though, with...
Can I respond to that before you do that, sis?
Yeah.
Please. You asked me to take it down like so many people do, okay? But I asked you for evidence as to why I should take it down, and I still have that. Still hasn't been forthcoming, right?
Yeah.
So please let me land. I also know who you are now. So you're Nika, who is the manager for Frenchie and
for Danger's musical career, which this crosses over into, and I'm a dear friend to Frenchie as well.
Oh, right. Okay, so I get it now. I didn't know who B2X was. I now know who you are. You asked me to take it down. I asked you for evidence I said, could you provide me with evidence to the contrary of these allegations, right? That's what I asked for. You said to me that you declined to do that. You weren't going to come on, that you wanted to deal with the police and so on and so forth. But here you are. So I'm glad you are here. And I'm glad that we can get a bit more context from your perspective. Yeah.
So thank you. So what I was going on to is the fact that this is all rhetorical. Okay, a statement has been produced for drugs that can be bought over the counter, because codeine, actually, to correct you guys from your conversation earlier, codeine is a drug that can be bought over the counter. I've bought it personally for my mum and her leg pains. So
you would have bought that in extremely low dosages, sis. That's the point.
Whichever dose it was in, because they don't.
No. Can I finish? Because I am the substance misuse expert here. What I am going to correct you about is the fact that I did say you can get some forms of codeine over the counter.
Right.
For it to still be present 3 days later, it would have to be a very high.
I'm going to come to that. I'm going to come to the 3 days. I'm going to come to the 3 days, because I've made some notes here while everybody's been talking. Yeah. So I want to go back to my point again, that this is all rhetorical. And what that means is that rather than us having actual factual evidence that there was some type of other drug that has been differently presented that can't be bought over the counter, and now we're with drugs that can be bought over.
I didn't actually say, if you go back on the live after this, you will hear me say some forms of codeine can be bought over the counter.
Yeah, sorry. Now we've established that it can't. Apologies. Now that we've established that it can be bought over the counter, because earlier on it sounded as though we were saying, or yourselves were saying,
I think you missed that.
So I made a point of it just to bring it back. So now that we know that they can be bought over the counter, like I said, it's all rhetorical. Yeah. So instead of having some type of evidence to say, I saw her walking with this drug, I saw him walking with this drug, I saw them put it in the cup. Yeah, there isn't any of that.
Yeah, we've established that, sis. Already,
yeah, that's right. Okay. So I just want to cover it again, because I've been listening, so I've come in with my point of view now. So we're just extracting information from wherever right now, and it's drawing out things, and it's creating a reaction rather than giving us answers and facts, right? So you know, everybody's still in this bad, ill feeling, and this is going to continue, and it's going to continue on the social media. As Substance said, she's taken it to the social media. So now it's just defaming everybody's character, including hers. Yeah. So that was one part I wanted to get to with you, right? Now I'm going to go over to Substance. I don't know if Substance is going to want...
I'm still trying to get the point you're trying to make, because what you've done is just kind of regurgitate the points that we've made. I'm trying to get
that's what I wanted to do. I just wanted to go back over and conclude that this is all rhetorical. There's still no actual evidence. There's still no actual say that, oh, look, I've got this or that. These are drugs that can be bought over the counter. So I don't want my act to be defamed for something that we still don't have substantial evidence for, which is what we thought was going to be brought to the table today in some form of way. We wasn't sure how this evidence was going to be brought to the table again against these two individuals, because in all of this, those particular tablets that have been mentioned, they're movable objects. So they could have been moved by anybody. They could have been placed there by anybody. They could have been taken away by anybody. It's been established that there was over 15 people there. It's been established that over 15 people drank from this bottle. And it's also been established that only one individual has come forward to say that they were affected. But 15 people drank from this bottle. Okay. So I just want to go back over some of those things, because I don't feel like they were like listed out fairly in my artist's favor. Yeah. So just to go back over them, then I've got a list here while everybody's been talking. In that conversation, and while Substance's husband was speaking, he didn't seem to remember a lot of things. He didn't seem to remember Danger speaking to him. He doesn't seem to remember pouring his own drink in the kitchen. You know, and he doesn't even remember how many drinks he had. Yeah. So it's hard to even say which drink it came from, you know?
So can I ask you a question, please, sis? Were you at the party?
No.
Right. So what you have is Danger's account, right?
And I want to go back to that because...
And Styler.
No, I don't just have Danger's account. I have a few people's account because I've done my due diligence of people from
that's what I need to establish.
Who were at the party. Yeah. But I did want to go back a bit. Hold on. There was something else I wanted to say, but it's gone out of my mind right now. It will come back. Yeah. Because there was a lot said. So there's a lot that I've written, and then there's things. Oh yeah. The thing that I wanted to say and answer something for you earlier was the Rapa Kwapa. Now, when you said, you know, I'd asked you to cancel your live, but did I do that with Rapa Kwapa? This is why I came in on talking about you first, yeah? Because I wanted to answer some questions about the message that I sent. So with Rapa Kwapa, it was actually a shock to all of us when Rapa Kwapa went live with Substance. We wasn't expecting it. It was out of the blue. I think Danger was due to fly to Jamaica or had just landed in Jamaica, one or the other. And she'd contacted me and said, you know, have a look at this, because I want everybody to know how this has actually gone down, because you didn't sound like you was very clear on it, because you think we're giving other people information, but then we want you to take down your live or not do your live. And that's not very fair, right? But I want to clear how it's happened. So they went live. Now, my advice as a manager was to not respond at all. I contacted a lawyer. And the lawyer asked me if I wanted to ask Rapa Kwapa to take down his video. So I'd come to the conclusion that that is actually what I was going to do. I was going to ask Rapa Kwapa to take down the video. But then within 3 days, Danger and Frenchie were in Jamaica and they started to receive death threats, okay, via their mobile phones. So when that happened, I said, okay, you know, you guys have to go live now, because this is your lives. And if anything happens to you, people need to be aware from where it's coming from. We'd managed to leave it alone for so long. We was not going to reply to Substance initially. Yeah. We was just going to let the Rapa Kwapa thing go and then ask him to take it down as defamation of character. But before I got that far, Danger started to receive death threats. Now, when Danger and Frenchie went live with Rapa, it was to discuss the death threats. And during that conversation, all the other information came back up to the surface and they had to answer it. But I had asked them to do that, A, as damage control, and B, because their life was in danger. So not only did they go to the police in Jamaica, but they also went live to say, hey, our lives are in danger. So I said to them, if anything happens to you out there, because I'm not out there with you, at least, you know, we've got something, just put it live. So, and if they did have any intention of hurting you, they'll change their minds because they'll know that it's live now. Okay? So that's how that whole scenario came about. It came about with Substance going to Rapa Kwapa, us out of the blue finding out about it, leaving it alone, which clearly irritated her because she went on and on and on and on. And then, you know, we did come live and we thought, okay, do you know what? That's the end of it now. Yeah, we've tried to put, and in my message, I said it to you, we've tried to put this case down so many times because we're just trying to move on professionally. We're not out here to hurt anybody. We're not trying to hurt Substance's feelings. We are just trying to move on. There is no evidence here. It's all rhetorical. Let's just live, okay?
But at the end of the day, sis, what I will say is I agree. But I also agree it works in both ways, because there is also no evidence that that there wasn't a drug in at the house. There was certainly
hold on, I'm going to come to that in a minute.
There was certainly something.
I've not finished.
There was certainly something. Wait, sis. There was certainly something that happened in that house, because it has been established.
I'm going to come to that. Right?
All right, go ahead.
Right. So that was some points that I wanted to make to answer your question about why Rapa Kwapa and how Rapa Kwapa's got that and why not you, and, you know, why am I telling you? It wasn't because I was bitter, yeah, which I heard you say earlier. It was because we didn't want to extend it. And I said that in my message to you. Then I asked you, then I said to you, you know, if you work for the police or if you are the police, then we will talk to you. Because right now, you're a journalist. This is being published, okay? So it's damaging to us in other ways. This is going to get published. So me asking you, do you work for the police, is just me knowing where I stand if I did want to speak to you. Again, it wasn't to be bitter, yeah? It's not to be bitter. And that's why I then took the time out to look at your profile and put down exactly who you are and what you are, so that when I speak today, we're very clear and I'm very clear on who I'm speaking to. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, but no bitterness intended, my sister. None.
All right. Thank you very much. And you've justified those points, which is wonderful.
Yeah, right. Now, moving on then, okay? Originally, when these claims first came out, right, it was Frenchie poured the drink, Frenchie this, Frenchie that, right? And if you listen back to all the interviews, that is what is being said. Today's interview showed me that there's been a change in direction, and now Danger's the one that's poured all the drinks. If you listen back to your interview, the only person's name that called out for pouring drinks today was Danger. So there's been a change there, and I wanted to highlight that as well. So that still doesn't tell me exactly.
When was the interview with Rapa Kwapa? When was it exactly?
It was a few weeks ago. Probably it could even be a month ago now. This is how much we've just tried to move on. Yeah. We've just tried to move on. And the other thing I wanted to say...
it was streamed 2 months ago, which would have been October, August.
It was in August.
Right. So Sister reached out to me first on August the 15th this year.
Right.
Right. So and at that point when she reached out to me, she was telling me it was Danger, pretty much.
Right.
From the get-go. So
from the 15 people that were in the party, it was Danger. Yeah,
that's what
with no evidence of seeing.
But she's never said to me it was French. She's never said to me that it was Frenchie that she thought.
Right. Well, if you look back at the interviews, it was mentioned that it was Frenchie. If you see what we've been defending until today, right down to our last interview the other day, you will hear Danger say that Substance said, my partner poisoned her husband. Right. So we know what's being said to date to us and to the public and to the world. Yeah. I don't know what's been said to you, yeah? But I know what's been said live and what's been published on YouTube, yeah? So it's now changed and it's gone over to danger. So there has been a change, right? Then the next thing, I've already said that, you know, he said he drank from that bottle. He said he was not the first to drink from that bottle and he was not the last to drink from that bottle. His precise words today were that 15 people drank from the bottle and he was not the first, okay? So then
so what's the point you're making with that?
The point I'm making is, how is it that if the bottle had substances within it, how is it that only one person got affected? Everybody.
But what he said is that the drink was poured for him and it was brought to him, right?
But that still doesn't take away the fact that they have said that there was a substance in the bottle.
No, they didn't. They said there was a substance in his cup.
That's today. I'm talking about what has been said, because every time.
All right, do you know what, sis? Let's just hitch up a minute, because I'm going to go and have a look back at it. I need to listen back into it myself. Let's just hear quickly if we can get those bits of what you're talking about. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's do that. So mute up for me just 1 second.
I don't know how to work this.
It's all right. I'll mute you. Don't worry. I'll mute you for a second.
I've never done this.
I'm going to come to you in a second, but let me just mute you up, sis. And then I'm going to share the screen and try and get to it. I saw. What a mix up. Hold on.
If you have an hour this week, you can learn 100 songs on the piano by learning just 4 chords. These.
Level that I'm at now, I wouldn't expect this kind of sabotage or for this attack to be brought on against me and my family.
No, but this, so nothing it seems like these two individuals are serial drugger, because if you say many people come and say yes, they did.
Oh, why is it freezing?
To them before, you understand? And who is these two individuals are we talking about?
Lady Danger and her man Frenchie.
John Star.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. There's a YouTube. Can you add me to your live, please? But that's your name, Substance.
Yeah.
I just can you add me to the live, please? Is that you or someone else on your channel?
What do you mean?
No, because I see a comment in the comment section. Can you add me to your live, please? What is your name? With your picture.
Oh, it's my husband. He's on the other live. He's on my phone, on the other phone.
All right, I'm gonna post the just a minute. All right, I'm gonna post the link in the comment section, and you can click on the link to join the live. Okay. So, generally, click on the link and join the live. I just post the link in the comment section. So you will see the link in the comment section. Click on the link and join.
Jerome, click on the link in the comment section and join. Continue anyway. You will join in a minute.
Yes. So continue. You understand? Continue.
Where I was, yeah. So basically, on the 23rd of May this year, 2023, I was booked to do a face painting at Lady Danger's the 3-year-old daughter's birthday party. She said I must bring my husband and bring my child, one of my picnic them. I brought one of my youngest children to come. Didn't think nothing of it because it's a booking, so it was something I was getting paid for anyway. Yeah, so went there, done the face painting. I didn't know anything about any spiking until literally the next day, because I've never had any experience with spiking or anything like that, you know. But from what happened to my husband when we got home, and obviously the next day us finding out stuff, I realized what took place. There wasn't major signs there whilst we was at the party. The effects started to work on him once we got home. Understand? I was given a drink too, you know, but I didn't finish the drink. I just took 2 sips. I did think to myself it tastes a bit weird, because I'm not a drinker like that. I wouldn't be able to tell you what's what and what's not. So I just take the 2 little sip and I put down the drink. I never drank no more alcohol for that night. So I was still sober, but I do remember feeling extremely calm. I felt just, you know, like you just took a chill pill, literally. I just felt calm. Although I could see and observe, I couldn't really react too much. It's only when my husband started acting out of character that I thought to myself, oh, what happened to him? But I just thought it was just ego, you know, he's around a bag of man, and you know how man get, you know, men about amongst men. And I even said to him, like, how much have you had to drink? And he said, I've still got the cup. He said, baby, man, I drink nothing, I still have my cup. And he showed me the said cup that he was given. Got through all of that anyway. Got home and I went to confront him about like his cheeky attitude towards me.
Maybe it must be
Yeah, we was just fighting and going at it, and it's not until I pushed him and he hit his head in the dryer and he kind of knocked out for a bit, lick up his head, blow. And at that point I thought, oh my gosh, have I killed him? Have I killed my husband? But he got up, and then that's when we stopped fighting, and he was trying to reason with me because he was so confused, like he didn't understand what had happened. But at the time, I didn't know he was fighting. I genuinely thought maybe he was drunk, so I wasn't trying to hear it. And he tasted it and said it was too strong, so she took back the cup and Frenchie returned with the drink.
So, was there lots of people at the party?
I wouldn't say a lot. It was more, like I said, I didn't know at the time he was spiked.
Because he hit his head.
No, because he hit his head last. That was the last thing. That's what made us stop fighting. You understand?
Okay. Yeah.
So he was acting aggressive before that. You understand? Because when I'm telling him about, when I was confronting him about his behavior at the party, like him passing his place, getting lippy with me, he couldn't see what I was talking about. And he just had this look in his eyes like he was confused. But like I said, I didn't know at the time he was spiked. So I'm just saying, you're just flipping out on me. It must be the drink, or maybe this is how you really are. That's what I was thinking at the time.
So was there lots of people at the party?
I wouldn't say a lot. It was more like a close kind of, you know? It was probably about 10 children and maybe 10 adults, if that.
So how do you assure that it was Danger and Frenchie who spiked the drink?
Because Danger's the one that poured him the drink and brought it to him first. And he tasted it and said it was too strong. So she took back the cup and Frenchie returned with the drink.
Okay, so that's what made you guys think it was a joint effort by both of them.
Her lack of response is what makes me believe it was a joint effort, because I texted her the next day and asked her to call me when she's not around Frenchie because I need to talk to her about something. It wasn't just about the spiking, it was some of the individual at the party that was disrespectful to me, and also Frenchie did pass his place and put his hands around my waist when I was in the kitchen.
Okay. So because he had initially make advance towards you, that also what also give you the reason to say yes, and that go on.
Yeah.
So why did you think they were trying to spike you guys?
Because I feel like they want.
Do you look younger or older than your age? This is me at 18 and now at 44. If you
need to take advantage sexually because
all right, so I heard there where there was Substance. You want to come on because I need to kind of hear from you on this. I've heard there where she was talking about the kind of nuances of what happened, but essentially she was still saying to me, B2X, she was still saying to me, it was kind of a joint effort. I mean, that she hasn't sort of not said that. I'm not sure why you're picking that one out.
I'm picking it out because today it was heavily on Danger. It was said, and I quote, Danger poured the drink, Danger took back the drink, then Danger came back with the drink. We've heard before that it was Frenchie that came back with a drink, and this is just one thing of that's been inconsistent that I want to speak about. So this is just one of the points.
Don't talk yet, Substance. I got you on mute. Don't talk yet, please.
Yeah, this is just one of the points, right? I'm coming to the inconsistencies, which is why I've highlighted it. Yeah. Oh goodness. So, and I've also wanted to say from that clip that you just showed, I pulled out another 2 inconsistencies. Yeah. One was that a while ago they said that, well, the husband said that he didn't have his cup. Then he's saying that he showed the cup to Substance. Yeah. But before he was saying he didn't have his cup. He didn't have no evidence. And I don't know if he showed it to her when it was full, when it was empty, but he made a point. There was a point there.
Is this from Roper's Live? I haven't shown that bit. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, no, it just showed now. And then another inconsistency was that, you know, you said what?
No, it didn't just show now because I've only just shown Substance talking. I didn't show him talking just now.
No, so he said sorry, he said.
Oh, you mean here? He said
yes, right. So the next inconsistency that I just found is that you asked them why would they do this to you? Why you? And today she said, you know, jealousy of my career. I'm such a fantastic artist, and it's all jealousy, right? But in that interview, she made a point to say that they wanted to take advantage of her sexually. And this is where I'm getting very annoyed now because there's so many different things that you're throwing out at this one individual, and they're all different from each other. Nothing's consistent, right? I've got more things here. I don't even know if I want to go through them. I think I'm making a point here. I'm making a point here, yeah? So I just...
You get your time, Substance. You get your time. I'm hearing it, sis, but some of it, I don't know if those are real inconsistencies or just...
They are. They really are. Because why you know? And then my other thing is with the codeine. She didn't take her partner to the hospital right away. Yeah. She says in that interview that she thought she killed him. Yeah. Then she said in this and then she said in this interview that he was knocked out and drowsy and dizzy. There's no wonder why he was like that in the hospital. You knocked him out. Yeah. So that was another factor that's not being
No, sis. I can't let you have that.
She knocked him out. She said she thought she killed him. That's her word.
Listen, can I respond, please? What she was describing was what the effects were on his personality and his behavior, which
I'm going to come to that part as well.
Let me done, sis. You've had no. I'm going to have to mute you. You've had your say, sis. Let me done. We haven't interrupted you, okay? When you're speaking. So what she's describing, in my understanding, okay, is that as a result of his unusual behavior, she then had a confrontation with him once they got home because she thought he was just drunk and taking the piss. They then had a fight, okay? And in that fight, she thought to herself, oh my God, I've knocked him out. That's what I'm hearing. Not that he was.
I've still not finished on my point though. I haven't finished on my point.
It's kind of taking a long time. So go ahead.
My next point is when somebody mixes weed and alcohol alone, you can end up drugging yourself. The codeine, we don't know where it's come from. He admitted that he went to the shop. We don't know if it's something he purchased at the shop. He's not going to tell us that. Then the next thing is that there was 2 days, a gap of 2 days before Substance took him to the hospital. For all I know, she could have given him the codeine because his head was hurting, where they had got into that argument and he had dropped. She could have given him a painkiller.
There are lots of variables, sis, but these are still suppositions on your behalf, though, aren't they?
But it still goes to all I'm doing is filling in some of the gaps here because they've clearly
and that's what we're saying. Like, from my standpoint, it's hard to separate the wheat from the chaff on this one. I've been saying it throughout the live. On the post that I put up, I said you are accused of that. I didn't say they did do that. If you look at the post clearly,
really sad.
I said you are accused of that.
Sad and disgusting.
They're accused of it, sis. They're accused of it, and what we've come here today is to establish who is telling the truth and who's telling a lie.
Well, we're not going to find out, which was what I was trying to say to you earlier.
Well, actually, we've got something that we thought might be a resolution to it, and that is whether or not, and we'll fund it. I'm sure his time is up. Sufferers will donate because they'll want to see a conclusion as well. We'll fund it for a lie detector test to be shown. I think that would be probably the only way to try to establish who's lying and who's not.
I don't think anybody will have a problem in that. What I do want to say...
I keep saying the wrong names. Substance has said that she won't. I haven't heard from the others, so I don't know. You're saying that they won't as their representative, but I can't say for sure, and neither can you.
No, I don't think they'll have a problem in that. It's better than being accused of this by Substance, isn't it? Anything's better than that. It's just, it's going too far. Substance, you need to stop. You know.
All right, I'm going to let Substance respond to some of what you've said, sis, because a lot of what you're leveling, it's Substance that needs to kind of come back and answer that. I do believe.
Yeah.
So hold on just 1 second. Substance, I'm going to unmute you, sis. Why can't I unmute you? What's going on there? Oh, here we go. Right, there you go, sis.
Hi, am I back?
Yeah, do you want to respond to something?
Yes, I'm going to respond to everything what she's saying. This is exactly the same thing they tried to do on Rapper Crapper's live when they sent DJ Styler. So when she's saying inconsistencies, that, we still have not gone through the entirety of everything that's happened. You understand? So when she said that, the bottle was spiked, I didn't hear that nowhere in Rapper's live where we said that the bottle was spiked. So that's
you've never said that. You've never said that.
Okay, that's a lie. And when she's talking about inconsistencies, let's talk about dangerous inconsistencies, because on Rapper's live, she didn't make no mention that my husband was trying to move to her and that she told her man straight away. So that's an inconsistency right there. And Dessa, if she says she never done nothing and it had nothing to do with her, but there's people at the house and people could have possibly spiked the drink, which don't make no sense because everybody at that party is for dangerous people. So if she's making a drink, just say she turns around then, boom, and somebody puts something in the cup. When she returns back to that drink, she must see it. She must fucking see it. So there's no way that somebody just randomly come to the party with those drugs, decided I'm going to mess up Danger, specifically when she's pouring a drink for my husband. It don't make no sense at all. Yeah? Just like it don't make no sense that I wouldn't drug my husband. So somebody needs to be made accountable. You keep saying that, it's rhetorical, but somebody was hurt. And that's what Danger's running away from. Yeah.
Can I just say that you might not have said it specifically in you retelling it here, but I know that when you've spoken to me, what you said on Roper Crawper is what you've told me about the bit with French, back and forth sort of thing. I can tell you that B2X. I've got no reason to lie. But she did actually tell me that version. But on here tonight, it hasn't been that full recap. And that's probably, a different dynamic. I'm sort of throwing in questions.
Because I haven't gone into it fully yet. Remember on the this live, I had mentioned that in the kitchen, he passed his place and put his hands around my waist when I was pouring out the cup. So when she's saying, I said this in Rapper's live, I said that in Rapper's live, I still haven't spoken about when we was at the the female cipher, which was the first time that he passed his place with me. I didn't say nothing the first time, and I spoke to my husband about it afterwards. He said, if it happens again, I'm going to have words with him. The second time we saw them, nothing happened. The third time we saw them at my wedding anniversary, nothing happened. The fourth time we saw them, which was when we was at the party, that's when it happened. Why should I start making a scene in a 3-year-old's party to say that, oh, Frenchie touched me? The voice note, if you can play the voice note of DJ Styler's, what he had to say about the whole spiking incident, it explains what he said. He said that I shouldn't even tell her. So if I'd have told her on the day, the whole house would have come down on me. Who's going to believe me if they're all dangerous people? Frenchie's not going to say, yes, I did do it.
There isn't any evidence enough for there.
I know there's no evidence. I know that there isn't.
Let me finish this, please. I said there's not enough evidence. Even the police have said that they don't have enough evidence to pursue any further inquiries in that regard. I hear that. But that doesn't mean, and the way that we work on this platform is a community conversation. We're deciding what we think at the end of the day. Yeah, that's what this is about. It's not a court of law. We are not, like you said, B2X. I'm not the police, and we're not the judiciary. But it's a community concern, and it's come to our attention, and we're trying to chop it up and get to the bottom of it. And I feel like there has been some sort of, I wouldn't call them variations or massive inconsistencies for anybody to be able to say that you're lying necessarily. I think it's just how a retelling of a story goes. Yeah. So you sat there and, Roper didn't ask as many questions as I have.
He didn't.
You had a better connection as well. So you were talking for a lot longer. You were able to tell the story from beginning to end in a linear way. And here, I think we've sort of been telling it in a sort of eclectic way, and we've been going backwards and coming forwards, and we've been telling it differently.
We've told this story quite a few times now.
But I don't see them as major inconsistencies to say that you are actually lying.
Can I also say, Afua, sorry, when she said...
On the other hand, when Sister Danger is saying, you were not a friend and you're none of those things, I have actually heard evidence that I can perceive as being actually a lie. So that's a strike one for me. I can't see the lie, B2X. I really can't. But continue, Danger.
Can you hear me?
I will allow you to answer in a second, sis. Let Substance finish, and then you can sum up.
Yeah.
Please. Yeah.
My husband's gonna talk.
Yeah. I want more adjust a lady upon now. She said something saying I could go into the shop and purchase that thing, or I go and purchase something I may not even know of. Make it make sense. And that lady who I go to the shop with, she not go tell no lie, because she use her card pay for the cigarette and the whistler. Right. So when me come buy that thing, so since you been the talking,
I wouldn't even respond. I don't think on either side of the fence anybody should be responding to just what people's notions are about things. Equally, Danger. I've got to stop doing that. Equally, Substance. Some of the things that you say, well, I think it's because of this. And I do remember when you first approached me, actually, Substance, you were saying that it could potentially be about some sort of sexual whatever, right?
Yeah, we haven't got down into
wait, let me done, sis, please. Yeah. I remember you saying that, and I remember through discussions and everything along the way, that kind of being less of an issue, and you talking more about the fact that you thought it was jealousies and whatever. But you did not say it weren't jealousies in the beginning. You had a number of reasons when you spoke to me. That I can verify. And I think really with something like that, it's about your feelings evolving within it. Lots of things happen to people, and then you say, well, I think it could have been a this, but then again, maybe it was because of that. Again, B2X, that isn't a real inconsistency that I think can be thrown that this person is lying. That's just somebody just pondering all the different aspects and reasons and coming to a final one.
We had to wait months for the urine sample. So we was thinking, after I realized he got spiked, I'm looking on the internet, typing in all the stuff that he went through, so like the hallucinations. So it was what on the internet that was drawing me to this whole party drug thing called GHB, which is a type of date rape. Remember, Danger's not saying nothing, you know, we're not getting no closure from that side, you know. She didn't even call me and say, you know, say it's a bad rum, because at first people were trying to say it's a bad rum, but like they said, everybody drank from the same bottle and he was the only person that was sick. So we know that it's not a bad rum. That cancels out the fact that it's a bad rum. And people that are have been a victim of bad rum, they're in far worse critical condition than that, and in hospital for quite some time. You understand? She's saying about the bottle being spiked. We didn't see when Danger poured that drink. So that is a variable. That, of course, she could have put something in there. She had time to do that. Nobody was in and out of the kitchen. Everybody was outside. She didn't even want nobody in the front room. It's only towards the end when the party was finishing, people started going inside. Everybody was outside. It was already dark outside. When I was operating in the kitchen, nobody was in there. I was serving everybody. People are coming, they're getting their food. I'm wrapping up their food. They're going. Nobody was in there. The kitchen's too small to have a bag of people in there. You understand?
I think it's reasonable to say that if everyone at the party were Danger's friends, that they're just going to obviously verify her version of events.
Of course they are, because there's more of them than us.
Somebody objective, I'd really like that. But so far, you guys were there on your own. Your people weren't there. You were in her domain, and it's all her people that are kind of refuting what you're saying. Some of them weren't even at the party, like yourself, B2X, and you're just hearing what other people are saying at the party, but they're all under the same umbrella, aren't they?
Can I carry on with some stuff?
Yeah,
please. No,
Have
it's
you not
about
finished?
us. Let us finish our story, because all you're trying to
but
do
you're saying
is
they're
twist
saying
the
stuff
narrative.
over and
You're
over.
here, man.
Let's have an argument,
Come on here to do damage control, like you've said. You need to come off now.
No. Let's not have an argument. I'll have to mute everybody up. I'm
Don't
talking.
disrespect
I'm
me.
talking.
Yeah, but
You've already disrespected us.
Because you was not at the party and you give information.
No. We're not going to have combat on here. Yeah. You need to finish responding to what she was saying, Substance, which I was going to let you do. I asked her one question that should have been about her responding to me, but let her finish, B2X, and then I will let you respond to whatever her rebuttal has been. That's the only way we're going to get through this, okay? So, Substance, it's your time.
So, like I was saying, so we're looking up the drugs, and the drugs that come up is GHB and all types of other party drugs, which we don't know nothing about, because we don't take no form of drugs other than weed. We do not take any other drugs. We don't endorse in any other drugs. So the knowledge we had about that until now is very limited. You understand? Another reason why I thought it was some kind of sexual reason why they done it is for the simple fact that Boom Fashion phoned me and told me, when I told her about what happened, she phoned me and told me that one of Danger's people in her clique know that they do threesomes, and they also can verify that the boyfriend, Frenchie, is bisexual. Frenchie also said to me that he wants my husband to be his new man friend. Now, anybody that is a Jamaican man and is straight heterosexual, they are not going to say that about another man. If you're his friend, you're just his friend. So when they're making out like we weren't no friends, Frenchie, you told me that to my face. Oh, that's my new man friend. I didn't think nothing of it at the time, but after, you know, going away and thinking about it, and plus the fact that he was drugged, all of these things come to the forefront. So it never just started at me being booked for a face painting. It started from the female cipher that DJ Styler invited me on the show. That was the first time I ever saw Danger in real life. Previously to that, she'd been on my social media for 4+ years. She followed me first. So when she's making out like I'm just this obsessed girl and I want to make tune with her, I even sent you the voice note of her telling me that she wants to make a song with me. Everything that Danger has said about me and my husband, she cannot provide no facts, no proof. We've come with proof. Look how much proof we've come and provided: voice notes, screenshots, letters from the police, all
And
of
I
those
haven't
things
shown
we
even
provided.
half of those, sis. I haven't even shown half of those.
You haven't even shown half of it, and not one piece of evidence Danger can provide other than sending her manager to come and say a few words and make the thing look sketchy. This is exactly what you lot are trying to do. You done the same thing last time. You sent DJ Styler. DJ Styler don't come up here because he knows that you'll rub him out. He knows. So
I
he
will
went
rub him
and beat
out.
the
Actually,
same
I
night.
must say, just to interject, really, when it comes onto the styler, I was hoping that he would come on. Now, I ain't got a problem if a person is a lesbian. I ain't got a problem with that. What I do have a problem is with these D-Lo brothers, these D-Lo sisters, whoever they are, and these transitioning people that, as far as I'm concerned, as a believing woman from, you know, my culture, we ain't having none of that. And our black and lesbian gay community ain't having it neither, a lot of them really. We see this transitioning thing that some of you lot are doing, and then trying to fool up people to pretend that you are what you're not. Because I've been sent some evidence that you are actually a woman. And I must say that when I saw the Roper Corper live, the first thing I thought to myself is, oh, what's happening there then? And then I saw some of the comments and I thought, oh, I'm not the only one who thinks that. And then ages later now, I'm seeing that this person called Juju, somebody, has done some sort of expose, right? And I'm thinking to myself, well, and that's been shown with evidence. I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense, because actually I wasn't really buying it. I don't think anybody was really, because there was a lot of questioning going on. Now, do your thing, innit? But don't pretend that you are somebody that you are not. You're posing as a man. You're dating some of our lesbian sisters, our straight sisters, right? If they believe he's a man. And that's all about deception. How dare you? Like, don't do that, brother. Don't do that. And that's a separate issue to all of this. It's got nothing to do with these issues, what I'm saying.
These are the people that's defending danger, though. This is what we need to look at.
Well, look, yeah, look, I don't know about all that. What I do know is that brother there, what I've come to know about him or her, it ain't right. Not in our community. Those are the kind of things we need to stop. And yeah, that does say to me that, you know, you're not as balanced as you make out to be.
And then he's coming online and saying, oh, my husband's got mental health. You don't even know what you are, what you want to be. So if anybody's got mental health, it's you. Yeah. And the same way how we're going to get our medical notes, danger, and your man, you need to get your medical notes too, and prove that you ain't being prescribed sertraline or codeine. Yeah. That's what you need to do. And you need to do the lie detector test. We will do one as well.
Yeah, no. I think that's the only way to get
Afua,
to the bottom.
can you make sure that the lie detector test is done through you, so they can't get anybody to
absolutely. We would pay through it, and we will conduct it. And both of you would be coming in on different points in the day or whatever, separate days, whatever it is. And yeah, it will be managed. Of course, it would be, if everybody's willing to just put it to bed.
Fact of the matter is,
you're lying. Like B2K says, these people need to be exonerated if you're lying, and if you are not lying, then they need to answer for themselves, isn't it? That's kind of what it comes down to. But is there anything else you want to respond to from what some people are saying that your name is Sasha B2K, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Is there anything else you want to respond to what sister was saying?
Anything else about the cup on the floor?
Yeah, when she said the cup on the floor, I didn't say the cup on the floor, is that you have a window at the back, and the little girl will come. My stepdaughter was there side of that cup. So if I say I put it on the window, which in way no one couldn't come around, them have to pass me going at the middle to take up that cup, right? I throw something in the cup as you are saying on the line. So you know, it make no sense. You was not there and you are gave this whole heap of information. You can't beat me, you know, because you know why? It's me feel the pain. Me. And you see, 1 week straight, me see where tears full through my eyes, just my trace alone will pain me. And then you come out now and attack all of these things. No, man. You need to go back in your book, man.
And I also, this thing about that people, it's such a misconception. You didn't go to the hospital straight away. It is very common for people that experience this that don't go to the hospital sometimes for months. You know,
we didn't know that he was spiked.
You went actually to the hospital in good time.
Exactly.
You know, in these cases, to be fair. So that's a misconception, because victims don't often go to the hospital at all. Actually, it takes time to for this to marinate, for them to come to terms with.
Remember, we had the fight afterwards.
Lots of variables.
We had the fight as well, so that was another thing, that everything was up in the air the next morning. You understand? Because after we stopped fighting, I left him sitting up in the chair sleeping. Yeah. Remember, up until then, we didn't know nothing about no spiking. It was the next morning when I was on the phone to my friend. I was on the phone to her to just say from 9 o'clock in the morning right round till 9 o'clock in the evening, going over and over what happened. At first, he didn't really have much of a memory. It was just sketchy because he couldn't even remember the fight that we had that previous morning.
It took time.
It did take time. It did, and then obviously, there's a lot of things I was weighing and thinking, raw, like this is an issue with another artist now. I know how social media stays already, but I'm not gonna sit down on this secret forever. People are gonna have to know. But I said, let me do the right thing and go down the police route first. Yeah, so nobody can't say, oh, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, rare. When I told DJ Style about it, he's like, oh, I wish you took him to the hospital yesterday. Why is that? Why is that? What do you know? Why you're saying, oh, I wish it was yesterday you took him? And when he's saying, oh, I told you, bring him to the hospital now. No, the message and the screenshot is me telling him I'm taking him. He also made a claim that Jerome was unresponsive, which was a lie. What I did say is that when Jerome was sleeping and I was waking him up, I had to vigorously shake him.
You've shown me evidence of all of that. I haven't put it all up because, as I say, sis, it's just too much to upload. But you have, and if anyone wants
to see it, man,
if anyone wants to start querying it, then I'll just be forced to put it up on my socials and prolong this story. But take it as verification that the sister is not chatting shit, because I can see what she's talking about in my WhatsApp. She sent all of that. You've sent a lot of evidence. There's no doubt in my mind.
And how much evidence has Danger sent? None.
Nothing.
Zero
Except
evidence.
I've heard Styler's account. I've heard their account. And I've now heard this sister here. Can sister respond now? Have you finished responding to her? You'll get a chance to respond back again.
Yeah. She can talk now.
All right. Even though we're going to wrap up real soon. Go ahead. Sis, is your name Sasha or your name's Nina?
My name is Nina. I don't know who Sasha is. I don't know. And my company is B2X, not B2K. So they might be getting confused.
Oh, that's my eyesight. I'm saying B2K. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it could be that's making them confused. I don't know who Sasha is. I wanted to make a point on what you said a moment ago about, you heard the voice notes. You can clearly see that they're friends. I think what Danger means when she says they're not friends is it's not years of friendship. It's not, it's an associate. You've met a few times. You've gone out for a few meals, or you've gone to one of each other's events. You've gone on an event together. You're still an associate. Yeah, there's a level that when you call someone a friend, yeah, it's
all right, but that wasn't apparent, was it? And she sort of did give the impression that I just know her through music alone, and that's it. It's a business.
Well, that's how she knows her, through the music.
All right, but it sounded as if it was more of a business.
No, it's not. They're just associates.
All right, so you're clarifying that, sis.
Yeah, they're just associates that met through the music. It's nothing more than that. The other thing I want to say is her husband mentioned that when he went to the shop, he left substance holding his cup, okay? And he said he was gone for a while and he left substance holding his cup, okay? So my point earlier, I made a point to say when they had a fight, she could have given him codeine. When she was holding that cup, she could have put something in there. So when we do this lie, I just want to end on this on my side now. When we do the lie detector test, if it does get done, I want some of the questions to be, did you give him that drug? Did you put anything in his cup? Did you think that codeine was going to help to revive him after you knocked him out? Did you give him that tablet that you clearly have in your house that nobody else does? Now, I would like that to be some of the questions. And then on the other end, I would also like to say, because there's this Danger hasn't come with no evidence. Other than reporting it to the police, which is the only thing we can do because it's harassment, we don't have evidence. How are we going to have evidence of something we didn't do? She didn't do it. It's not like she can pull out a drug and say, this is my evidence, or could bring back the bottle and say, this is my evidence, or I don't know what's expected in evidence here of people that didn't commit a crime. They have no evidence. You was there with them. They don't need an alibi. That's the only evidence that they would be able to supply. that where were they at the time? They were with you, right? So put that down for a minute. If you want to see the
equally,
police,
they've asked for evidence in
if you want
regards
to see
them.
police reports that we filed it, that's the evidence that we do have. But
That's
other
not
than
evidence
that,
of what took place, is
other
it?
than that, what else is it that you can give somebody that's accusing you of being in possession of something that you've never been in possession of?
No, what I asked them for was, when I talked about evidence from the other side, I asked, is there anything that you have to substantiate your claims against this person? I've been told that she's murdered people. She's murdered her sister or something.
I know.
I've
That's
also
not my
been
business.
told. Let me finish.
We're not interested in
Please,
that.
sis, let me finish. There's also been allegations that they're lying because and I'm talking. This has come directly from Danger herself, via a third party who is known to me, because I had a conversation about that, and that person was talking, representing Danger and being a go-between. And there's also allegations that this individual, not only has she murdered her sister, but she's also somebody who's been stalking Danger. She was a nobody.
You're talking about substance. Substance. If you've murdered your sister, we're not interested, right?
Sorry, substance. No, when you say we're not interested, I'm telling you the conversation that I
We
have
were just trying to show the character of the person that is accusing her. This is her character from what she's been told.
And you also said, so you were aware then of that correspondence that I had with somebody who was speaking on behalf of Danger. I don't believe you were.
I don't know. No, I don't.
No, you don't. That's why you need to listen, sister, and stop talking for a minute. So that person and I had a conversation actually just yesterday. All right. And that person is somebody who is very, very well known to me outside of all of this. I've known them for a good couple of years. And they're completely separate. I had no idea that they knew Danger. But they called me, and they called me as Team Danger. Yes, they did. And we were chopping it up. They were also, making it very clear that Danger was aware that that conversation would be taking place, and that they had had a conversation with Danger prior to speaking to me, right? So we had this conversation, and in that conversation, there were things said about substance, and that's why I said I asked for evidence. I asked you for it, and I've also asked that individual to ask Danger for it. Nothing has been forthcoming from either of you. This is what I'm saying.
I don't think that we're interested in supplying that evidence. We're interested in what affects us.
Because, let me finish. Because there's a lot of accusations that were leveled at substance that is trying to refute what she's saying. And there's been things offered up about her that is it's been given or offered or explained as a direct refute to what she is saying. That's what I'm saying. And you've come with a list of stuff that you call inconsistencies. All right?
Yeah.
And you've used raw
I'm only interested in this right now and getting this to come
so
to an
am I.
end.
So that's what
I want to use today and your platform as an intervention of some sort. I don't want this to continue. It is hounding. It is tiring. We actually do have things to do and a life. So
all right. Before we get into that, Nina. Before we get into that, we were talking about inconsistencies, and I'm saying there are inconsistencies on both sides. So when you speak about your list, I don't see those as solid inconsistencies. I see those as variations in the account, which can happen when you're retelling a story time and again. All right.
Not if you're telling a story that's truthful, then you don't get it wrong.
Well, anyway, that's subjective because you believe it not to be true. They believe it to be true. So that's all subjective. As much as all of it is rhetorical, as you said. But it's also very subjective from your standpoint, isn't it?
Very rhetorical.
Because you weren't at the party at all. What you're riding on is the fact that you are Team Danger. And you would be because you're her manager.
No, I'm riding on
you haven't presented anything that is solidly saying that she's absolutely lying, even though you've got a very long list.
I have said that. She did not see her with any of these substances. She didn't see her put it in the cup. There was
That
other
doesn't mean
people.
that she's lying. Neither did you. You didn't see what
Right,
happened.
because it never happened.
No, but you can't say that categorically either, sister.
Right, so we're going to do this test, hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah? And we will get to the bottom of it. Like I said, I would like there to be an intervention today. I don't want this to continue, which is why I've gone live. I've never gone live in my life. So it's already taken me out of my character. Right?
Okay.
So I would like it to end here today. And I would like to end with the possibility that there will be that test once I speak to the couple.
Yeah, we're already doing research on the best companies to use around that.
Great.
It's something that we've offered people.
And like I said, I would like to see I would like some of the questions that I just said today. I would like them to be asked to Substance, because Substance had the glass and Substance had her husband for 2 days prior to taking him to the hospital. After knocking him out, codeine is a pain tablet. That is what it's used for. That's its only sole purpose. And I would like those questions to be asked in that test.
Well, you will get a chance if you know the process with lie detectors to state the kind of. They are the ones who ask the questions, but what they will do is they will speak to both sides and get a full account of where people are at, and they will ask them salient questions. You can sort of, say what it is that you want to be asked as well. So that does happen.
Perfect.
That does happen in the process.
I have my own theory. Like they have their theory.
Yeah.
I have my own. We could have a wife killer on the loose.
A wife killer. Okay. So those are new accusations that you are making against Substance, and that's just another level of passive that I'm not going to get into, because that's all about what you think, and you're now.
This is all about what they
I have
think.
asked her. I have asked sister.
It's all based on what everybody thinks.
I have asked the sister, and she said
it's all based on what everybody thinks. Nobody's talking facts, so I might as well make up my story.
That's why I've said I've had to mute you, sis, because you do like to talk over people. I've said it's all subjective, and sister has said, I'm going to unmute you now, sis. Sister has said that she's more than willing to provide me. In fact, it's been requested. She just needs to chase it up, because I did ask her from before if she could provide me with a medical summary. It's very easy to get. She just has to ask her GP to send her it, and then I'll get sight of that. I will not share it because that's her personal confidential information, but I will be able to get sight of that myself. And I will be able to see if there is codeine prescribed to any of these people. Can you buy it over the counter? You said something else as well. You said that you asked her, did she give it to him at the point where he was knocked out? Right? So if she did give it to him at the point that he was knocked out, Nina, let's just say for argument's sake she did. And that would have been on the Sunday morning. Am I right, Substance? That you believed you might have knocked him out. That Sunday morning? In the, when you had the fight? Right? Good. So if that was the case and she did give it to him, she goes to the police station then on the Tuesday. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, that's only 2 days. Why would it then not have shown up in the piss test? Because they've been clear that it hasn't. Codeine would be present in whatever form, definitely 2 days in. If she gave it to him at that point, it would have been present. But because
the
it was
antidepressants weren't present. No, because the antidepressants weren't present either at that point.
No, they weren't present either.
So the only thing that was present was the cannabis.
Right. But what I'm saying to you is, okay, the antidepressants as well, and as well, especially because it was never a course of treatment, and it was if it was taken, would have been in a small dose in a drink or whatever, that would have disappeared within a day or two anyway.
But then you're saying so with the codeine.
So my point is, okay, my point is the fact that it was still present in the blood now, once you went to the police station, does suggest to me, and the fact that it was not present in the urine does suggest to me more of a likelihood that it was done earlier rather than on the Sunday. That's what I'm telling you.
Right. So they could be drinking lean in their house then, for all we know.
Well, I don't know. You're just getting into kind of hypothetics, sis, and
Well, so that's what they've done. It's all hypothetical.
Well,
See what
look,
I mean?
they've talked about their
But
experience.
that's how it feels.
No. They have had an experience. We don't know who's put the drug in the drink, but
Thank you. We don't.
Well, I've been saying that, sis. So there's nothing.
Yeah.
To
Thank
refute
you.
there.
Thank
There's
you.
nothing. I'm repeating it. There's nothing to refute.
Good.
But what we do know, and looking at the timeline as well, it is consistent that something happened at that party to put those drugs in the drink. We know that because those drugs were present within that time.
I also want to make a point to say that I have eyewitnesses that I've spoken to also, and this is different from Danger and Frenchie, that told me that they turned up to that party in an argument. So when she's saying they all started arguing there, that's not actually the case. They turned up in that taxi in an argument.
Right.
So I don't know what's happened.
Your point is what?
My point is she's made it look like it's the whatever drug that's apparently been given to him that's brought on that behavior. But that was the behavior that they arrived in. So they could have been taking that drug prior.
Well, even if they did, she's not said it was the fact that they were having an argument. She said it's the fact that he was getting on weird at the party.
So they could have been doing whatever it was prior to that. So I hope that the test clears up all those things too. You know,
I hope it does. But you've got a hell of a narrative yourself, sis, that you can't substantiate. Really,
do you know what? Do you know what? Because I know it wasn't them. I'm not trying to give.
How do you know this categorically?
More time and energy. I'm just
not. Tell me how you know this categorically.
Because I know the character of the people that we're talking about. I didn't just throw up their picture.
No, sis, that can't wash. I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Because I'll tell you why it can't.
When you go to court, they ask you for character references. When you go for a job, they ask you for character references.
They ask you for character references.
They ask you. No,
they ask you for character references.
They ask you for character references.
They ask you for character references at the point of sentencing.
It's very important.
They ask you for character references at the point of sentencing, actually, sis. They don't ask you.
So does your job.
A character reference. A character reference.
Right. All of these things.
Let me just mute you because you love to talk over people. You're quite shrill. A character reference is required at the point of sentencing reporting. When a person has been found guilty, they want to know the character of that person. This is how you plead your mitigation. When it comes on to character references, they don't use that as part of evidence. That's what I need you to understand. So character referencing, in the context you're talking about, it's not.
You did it today with Lioness.
Have you actually been listening? Because I muted you. I muted you, and nobody was listening to you.
Danger's character today.
You're still talking, sis, and I muted you just now, and you didn't even realize because you're so good at talking over people. Stop, please, stop that. So, am I going to have to mute you again to get my point across? You keep talking over me. In fact, quite loudly and very shrill. It's annoying. Stop, please, sister. Right. The point I was making is character references is not evidence. It is part of pre-sentence reporting. So what are you saying?
I'm saying that it makes a difference. When you say to me, how am I so sure?
But you can't be sure. It is not part of evidence.
That's my explanation of how I'm so
sure. It is not part of evidence. It is part of character reporting.
We're not trying to give any evidence because we don't have any.
No, I said to you, how are you so sure?
Anything. They can't provide evidence for something they didn't do.
You can't provide evidence, but they can provide evidence to say they didn't do it and these people are lying.
No, we can provide evidence that we have reported substance down to the police station and our next step is going to be a harassment order. That's what I can prove evidence of right now.
Right. That's the only thing you can have because you're saying that she's going on for too long. I get all of that. What I'm saying is, you cannot categorically say, hand on heart, just because you know the characters, that you can't categorically say that they didn't do it. I'm saying, me, Afua here, on His Time Is Up, we're saying we cannot tell either which one is telling the truth or not actually at this point in the game, because we weren't there either. I'm saying also that Substance's story is more substantiated to me because she's provided more evidence to substantiate the whole of her story. I'm saying to you, even though I cannot tell you categorically what happened at this party or who drugged who or whatever. Danger's side of the story so far hasn't been substantiated, apart from you saying that you know the characters. That isn't going to stand up anywhere, sis.
Well, there's nothing else to use to stand up because they didn't do it, so they don't have anything.
Because they've made a lot of claims.
They don't have anything other than
you have
they've
made a
gone
lot
down
of
the
claims.
station.
You have accused the woman of drugging her own husband.
You're still trying to
they
get blood
also
out of
have
a
made a
stone,
lot
Afra.
of claims about this person. Okay, you yourself here on live have accused her of drugging her own husband and all the rest of it, but none of you are able to even offer even a smidgen.
Right, the next thing I would like to say, I would also, sorry to cut you, and I know I keep doing it because I'm quite passionate about this because we've had to live it for a few months and it's got too much. Yeah. So
very emotive, you're not giving me nothing concrete, I'm afraid, but go on.
That's fine, because we don't have anything concrete because we didn't have access to the drug to begin with. Yeah, we have police reports and that's what we have. But what I would like to also say is that if this test is done and when it comes back to show that they didn't drug him, same way that substance has gone public with all of this defaming these people, I would like a public apology too.
Oh, that's standard. If you knew this platform, you would know that we don't make mistakes often, but the times when we have, that's the first thing. Nobody's got to ask me twice. And if we find out that we've got a sister that's come through our defenses and our checks and balances and has actually bamboozled us and hoodwinked us, there will be a public apology with the picture re-edited for exonerated marked across it, and it would be the individual who's lying's face that would go up after them. That's how we operate on here. Substance knows it because she's been told it, and that's how we operate, sister. So if it's found out, yes, it will be flipped over, and it wouldn't be pretty for the person that has lied if it's found that they're lying. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
I will speak to my team. I thank you for your time today.
No worries.
I'm going to go because otherwise I won't stop talking.
Yeah, and I need to wrap up as well. Thank you, sis. Take care now.
Thank you. I don't know how.
It's all right. Gotcha. Go ahead. Go ahead, Substance. Let me unmute you. I'm going to wrap up now.
Yeah.
And I'll give my summarization at the end, I think. But go on.
Yes, I have a short break. When she say, when I'm going through the door, I give my wife that Substance the cup. That's nothing like that. I give Danger the cup. It was three away at the door. One man, two women. So if that lady who used her card to purchase a cigarette plus the Whistler, she would, on the first live and Rockcraft live, you dare say I purchased that thing where I me myself.
Yeah, that's not even a plausible argument. I don't believe you're going to nip to the shops to buy yourself some codeine from a chemist. What time of the night?
And Searchline.
What time of the night did you go out to get the cigarette? What time was it? Because you said you got there late at night.
No, it's running at 9 bells.
9. We got there about 20 to 9, where it was still light outside but getting a little bit dark. And we wasn't offered drinks until it was dark. When Danger came to me with the drink, it was dark outside.
Okay.
And when he went to the shop with whoever that woman was and come back with the cigarette, he came straight to me and said, baby,
what time was that? What time was that?
I wasn't checking the time, but at that time that he had come back to me, I'd finished the face painting.
How long had you been at the party now? Because you got there something to 9.
I got straight to work. So probably maybe before 10 o'clock.
So within an hour of you reaching?
Within an hour, I was served a drink. I don't know when he went shop after that.
So let's say it's around the 10 o'clock mark that he went to the shop to go and get the Rizla.
Yeah.
Her accusing him of potentially buying it and slipping it in his drink is foolishness, because there's going to be, unless that area was blessed with a 24-hour pharmacy, where would he be buying it from?
First and foremost, he didn't even know the area. He's only been in the UK just over a year. So him going to where they was, that was the first time the two of us had been there. When we first walked through the door, Danger, I said to Danger, look, he's going to need to go shop to get cigarette because he's got weed. But as she said, oh, you can just go down the shop. I said, he's not going to, do you know what I mean? You don't know where he is. So somebody's going to have to go with him. So when she's online making out like my man just stepped out and I didn't know this and I didn't know that, I already knew he was needed to go to the shop. If we'd have stopped at the shop and got what we wanted, I would have been extra late, even more late. I was already late. And when that woman said that we came to the party in an argument, she's lying. I had an argument with the cab driver because the cab driver put us on the other side of the road and he's adamant that was the address. All I'm trying to tell him that that's not where we're supposed to go.
It was so same number.
So she's lying there. And another thing she said, she goes, well, I might as well start making up my own stories. And when she's referring, she's saying, we don't know nothing about it. We didn't do no drugs. You wasn't there. So when you're saying we, you wasn't there.
Well, you're making it set me more fool because one, if you're in a courthouse and you was not there on the scene, now you come and giving so much information.
So much evidence. You're saying, what we can't prove she put it in the drink because we didn't see it. If we saw her put it in the drink, he would not have drunk it. I would have just called a cab.
No, you didn't see her put it in the drink, sis. You didn't see her put it in the drink. You said that you saw her handling the drink. That's what you saw. You didn't see nobody put anything in the drink. Otherwise, you'd have been alerted.
No, but that's what the woman's saying.
No, that's why the lady come on and say.
That's what she's saying, that we need to, the evidence they need, because we never saw her put it in the drink.
Right.
We can't say that.
Same thing. But she's contradicting herself. Yeah.
Yes. And then yet still you're saying that you never saw us and I could have given him a codeine. First and foremost, I was under the impression that he was drunk. So why the hell would I be trying to give him painkillers on top of me thinking that he's drunk? That don't make no sense.
Nobody don't.
Yeah. And he wasn't knocked out. I said he fell. I pushed him off of me. He fell and hit his head.
You thought he was knocked out. Exactly.
I thought I killed him because he was still for a couple of seconds. But in that moment, 1 second could feel like a minute to you. You understand? Because the emotions are high. I'm fighting somebody that I'm married to. We've never had an outbreak like this before. I'm not sure whether I'm safe, whether he's going to damage me. But when I'm realizing that when we're struggling, like he ain't really got no strength. And as small as he is, he knows how to manhandle me. So when I'm trying to struggle with him and I'm realizing that he's trying to floor me, he's throwing bangs in slow motion, all of these things add up because my husband's strong. You understand? And he never have to put his hand on me. He's never had to thump me in my face. We don't live that kind of lifestyle. We have kids growing around us. We don't expose them to none of that toxic shit. You understand? And another thing I would like to point out as well, DJ Styler was playing the most disgustingest music at a 3-year-old party.
Well,
and it wasn't
that normal for a lot of yardie people to be doing this kind of madness. Isn't that normal?
No, not even the clean versions. Even Danger come up to me and said, the music slacky. And I didn't say nothing. In my head, I'm saying tomorrow, I'm going to tell her from the way her people spoke to me, the man that called me a bitch, to the music that was being played. I was offended. My 9-year-old daughter was there. She don't listen to them kind of music there. And there was nothing that I could do to stop her from listening to it. But it's their house. And that's how they run their thing. I'm nobody to come in and say, oh, I don't think you should do this. Or I don't feel. In my head, I've just made a mental note and just say, all right, no, Pitney ain't coming back to no next party again. Because this is not a kid's party. The only time they started playing the kids' song was shortly after they sang Happy Birthday to the little girl. And that was Baby Shark. Everything prior to that was slack and disgusting. Yeah,
like I said, that on its own, sis, is like, as my understanding, them things is normal to certain yardie people, and I do make the differentiation between yardie and Jamaicans, and yardies don't mind to play slackly. I've even had to pull up certain yardies in my own family at family events and say, what the hell is this? My child is here. You need to lock that off. So I know that's a thing that they see as quite normal. Not saying it's right, but they see it as normal. Do you know what I'm saying? It's normalized for them.
But when people are saying it's a kids' party, that setup did not seem like it was a kids' party. They used the kids
and so late at night as well. It's a 3-year-old baby. Like, what would they do in there at night with liquor? I don't even understand.
She told me that I should get there for 3:30. When I said I booked the cab for that time, she said no.
Oh, so you got there late. I get it.
Yeah, I got there late, but at first I was supposed to get there for 3:30. Then she said, no, don't bother come till 5:30 because nobody's here, so it don't make no sense. Yeah.
Well, even that on its own, it is what it is. I know that Jamaican people can sometimes do that, and it is what it is. That ain't nothing on its own. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand that. Nobody's going to be drugging their husband. They're somebody that they claim to love. Just like you claim to love Frenchie, you would never drug Frenchie or do anything to hurt him. Why the ass am I going to do anything to hurt my husband? We've been together 5 years and only married 2 years. You guys came to our wedding anniversary. So when people's talking about, oh, what's the motive? Your bad mind. Even my own 9-year-old daughter heard Danger say on the microphone that she bad mind me because she's never been married before. I was standing next to Danger. I didn't hear that. And my daughter repeated that to me in the party more than once. And I even said to her, shush, we'll talk about it when we get home. Another thing I want to address is that Danger also asked me to pray for the party and bless the party. Remember, she said me and her ain't no friend, you know. So out of all the people, remember, you've booked me on work and you claim that if it wasn't the face painting, you wouldn't have booked me, even though you invited me before you booked me. You booked me on the day. You booked me on the day. You didn't book me the week before and give me a deposit or anything like that. You booked me on the day. So you catch us off guard as a family because we didn't have no plans of going. And I told Boom Fashion the week before, I can't go to 2 parties. It's either I go to Danger's little girl's party or I go to the big party that was scheduled the week after. Yeah? And then all of a sudden you want to book me to ensure that I still come to the party. You insisted that I bring my husband, which don't make no sense because you've called me to work. So why do you insist that my husband come? My daughter's 9 years old. She's not in the same age bracket as the baby whose birthday that it was. So there's a lot of dodgy things that did go on. A lot of people that have his videos in the phone of just him running the party and nobody else. DJ Styler came up to me when I started the face painting work with his phone in his hand. Like, I don't know if he's taking a selfie or videoing, but his face was really close to my face. And I was trying to figure out, what is this man doing? But to me now, looking back, he was just trying to get one of those videos before and after. Before they drugged us or what they thought they was going to do. And
well, like I said to the other sister, all of that is subjective because that's what you think the motive is. We're dealing with the facts in it. So I'm going to try and do a little
facts is there's drugs in his system.
Like I said to her, that is what we can establish. That is the one single fact we can all agree on, that there was drugs in his system. Yeah, because we've seen the evidence of that. That's the one thing we can agree on. Everything else is kind of up for conjecture right now. Right? You agree with that? Right.
Yep.
For us looking in, I know you got your truth, and I'm going to stay here and be objective because we need to establish the truth. I know what I think personally, yeah, and I can add that here, but let's try to stay objective for the time being. I'm going to do a poll for everyone. Like usually at the end of it now, we've started to do a poll, what other people think. There's been good 500 people here tonight sitting down watching. They're starting to dwindle. It's getting late. What do you guys think? Put a 1 up if you believe what Substance is saying. Put a 2 up if you think the story is shaky. And put a 3 up if you're just undecided and need more evidence. Probably going to be a 3. Let's see what people think. Just from what you've heard tonight, based on what you've heard and seen, and a little bit that you've heard from the other party as well, and their representative. Let's see what happens, sis. There's a lot of people.
Either way, we've only come to affirm our truth. So people's opinion really, it doesn't matter.
And you've been, yeah, absolutely. It matters to us. I'm just thinking, just seeing what the viewership is like. A lot of people are putting up 1, so it looks like we believe you. And you have represented your truth, and I believe that you've been consistent. I think this list that, I'm always a bit dubious of people that come on a bit highbrow, especially on a platform like this where we just let our belts go. On different platforms, yeah, you can come with that level. But you kind of like, they sail in and they kind of come across as very plausible, and it seems as if they're going to come with a strong argument, and actually they don't. And they resort to what we saw at the end of that lady's testimony, where they're just throwing out insults and ridiculous accusations. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because what's she really saying here? Do you know what I'm
You
saying?
said that they said I killed my sister, so why am I not in prison? I've got 3 sisters and they're all alive.
Yada. That's foolishness.
No, but this is why it needs to be addressed, because if they had any facts, they wouldn't be coming out with these bizarre things. Not one of them have one piece of evidence against me, and I've sent you a whole WhatsApp chat worth of evidence.
But I never know you killed.
So their story is the one that's shaky.
Well,
that's why they sent out the manager.
You haven't sent me a whole WhatsApp chat evidence of the drugging.
No, but everything.
Nobody can, right? But what you have sent me is evidence to show that what they're saying about you and what their involvement is with you is actually not what they've presented publicly. That's what you've shown me. And that brings into question then for me their integrity. And then also what we had was the corroboration from the other sister she should have shared more of her story tonight, but she still doesn't feel able to. So she came on, and it was good that she came on because she actually didn't want to come on tonight. She wants to come on when she's got her full armor, tell her full story, when she's got all her evidence gathered up, which she doesn't at the moment. She's going to get it from different devices and do what she needs to do. And then she'll be ready to tell her story. So it was a bit half hot, but people didn't get it. What she was trying to verify was, I've had problems with danger. I will talk about all of that in full detail and the rest of my experience in dancehall later. But I just want to jump on and support the sister and verify that this person ain't what you think she is, because I've had my own experience with her trying to drive me out of dancehall, trying to steal my lyrics, trying to be thoroughly nasty and do a bag of other stuff. So that's what she came on to say, basically. So we've had corroboration that this person actually is quite jaded. That's what I can say, that I've had corroboration that this person's very jaded, and they've corroborated the things that you are trying to say about this person in your defense, because it comes down to that at the end of the day. You're being called a stalker, you're being called the bad mind one who is jealous of her and la 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 la. You're saying that she's bad mind actually because you're the new kid on the block. You're actually a better artist. She feels threatened, and she's one of those yardy people involved in the scene, which the sister also verified that the whole scene is about trying to tear each other down so that you can come out as top dog. That is the scene, which doesn't surprise me. So there seems to be a lot more plausibility on your side, and most of the people in the chat agree with me, sis.
We don't need to lie. I don't need to take nobody's shine. You understand? I have my own light. You know, I don't see nobody in the music industry as competition or somebody that I'm fearful of. I'm in my own lane. You understand? Danger is a very insecure person. People that know her personally, they know she's insecure. She's insecure about her looks. Even the fact she's got her body done, she's still insecure about that. So if she's insecure about things like that, you're insecure about your man, all of those things. Why would you not be insecure about another artist that's better than you lyrically?
All right, let's just keep it. Yeah, well, okay. I mean, look, if all of those things are true, yeah, that's a plausible argument too. But we're going to get to the bottom of it, sis. Like I said, I feel like your argument is more plausible. It is stood up a lot better. Sending people
because it was constructed better, and it wasn't constructed by biased people. Because even that same blogger, Rapper Crapper, has told me stuff about Danger and confirmed that their friends have also been abused by them same people. But because it's all everybody wants to
can't verify that. But what I can verify is that there have been some people in the chats that have said that Rapper Crapper is known to Danger. They're friends or something from way back.
So of course he's going to be biased. But it's one thing on the phone.
I can't verify any of that. I can just say there's people in the chats tonight that have been saying that as well. So yeah, let's get the not the DNA, the lie detector done. Let's put it to bed. Let's see what
we should all do. Don't you think all 4 of us should do one?
Well, of course you have to.
Yeah,
not just you guys.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what's the point? It has to be everyone. Everyone has to participate.
Yeah. And please make sure it's your link, your whoever you know.
Absolutely. But if they refuse, then that will be quite telling for us.
Yeah.
If they do participate, then yeah, it will be managed by us fully, 100%.
Okay. Well, I'm willing. We're willing to pay for ours, so you don't need to do no donations. We're willing to pay for our lie detector tests.
Ready anytime.
Yeah, ready.
Anytime.
Okay. That sounds that's a lot of chess there.
A lot of chess.
Ready anytime.
Yeah, a lot of chess. We're ready anytime.
Not tell lying news. So.
We don't need no GoFundMe to help us pay for it, neither. We will pay for the tests.
Yeah, well, we
That's
have to
very,
fundraise
very
because
fine.
I'm not going to pay for it out of my own pocket, and I don't think any of the team are either. So we're going to have to fundraise it. Maybe the other side will offer to do the same. I don't know.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, them
Yeah, if
get for
anyone's
them
got
too,
any
no?
suggestions of any good companies, put them up in the chat as well. That'd be great. But we'll be doing our research as well, making sure that we go with the most reputable company for the right price.
And can I just say that Danger's provided no proof that I'm stalking her, because she's telling people that I'm stalking her.
That's the kind of proof that I was asking about. When she says there's no proof, I'm thinking she's not getting what I'm talking about. I was asking for that kind of proof. Let's look at, because we're not going to get the proof of who drugged who. We're not in this one. What I need then is the credibility of all the people. She was talking about character references. Do you understand? I need that. I need those character references. I don't need subjective, one-dimensional character references, which is what Nina offered, which is just her opinion. I need something more concrete. So show me where Substance has been stalking Danger, because I can't see it. And so if you start to look at the credibility of the story and it starts to fall apart in those ways, then the rest of the story has to fall down, because why is this person lying through her front teeth then? If that is the case, you understand? So I asked for evidence. They haven't given it to me. They've just gone around the thing, come with lists of so-called inconsistencies, which I don't see as real inconsistencies. Can everyone understand what I'm saying about that?
Most of the list she had was a lie, because she said I took the cup from him. Then she said I served him the cup. Then she's talking about me giving him codeine.
I didn't go on in the video to see all of that. But what I can say, when she was talking about what he said, she didn't say Frenchie, she said whatever. That you did say Frenchie to me in the beginning when you were talking and telling me. You didn't say this today on the live. That is not necessarily an inconsistency. That is a variation in the retelling of the story, which happens because we haven't got all day. Do you understand? So
initially, I did think, especially with what my husband told me after, I thought it was a Frenchie, because I refused to believe at that point that Danger would do something like that. However, her partner was definitely questionable. You understand? So, and like she said, the two of them are one. Like she likes to say, the two of them is one. So if she did that, Frenchie know about it, or if Frenchie do it, she know about it. And clearly, because it's happened at a kid's party, you can tell they've done this before. Because nobody that's never done this before would never feel so comfortable to do something like that in the presence of kids.
That's a fair assumption. But I would have liked this styler guide person thing.
He ain't gonna come on because he knows he don't have nothing to stand on.
Because when he was on the Roper Cropper thing, I saw the game and I thought to myself, you're kind of, you're English born. You've got a better command of the English language than these Jamaican people on here. And you're kind of using that to subjugate people. He was quite patronizing. He was very condescending. And I didn't like that. I hate people that are articulate, that think they can use it to do that to people. Do you understand what I'm saying? When they know they're actually, maybe they're not quite right. And that's the only defense they have, is to try to talk the person down by being overly articulate.
And the trolls that have been
needed to that extent. So I wanted to, because I had a lot of questions when I was speaking to him, when I was listening to him, and I was thinking, I could ask a lot of questions about what he's saying, because there was some holes in his story too, from what he was saying on that live. So
the only holes we have had in our story back then is that we didn't have no proof, as in evidence. You understand? Because they told us we didn't go police station. We proved that to be a lie. They told us we didn't get the urine sample. We proved that to be a lie. And now we got the police results in saying what was found. And that test was done within 12 hours. So when they done his urine sample, within 12 hours, those samples were collected. When I asked them why it took so long, they just didn't have an answer for me. But what I would like to state is that we done the testing and everything in Croydon. Then shortly after that, we got an email saying that they've handed over the police, the case to Bromley police station. So that could have been the reason why we had to wait so long. And the person that delivered the results to me, she is a trainee detective. And I put in a complaint about the way she was towards me, because she wasn't explaining, she wasn't giving. When she called to say that they didn't find nothing, she didn't explain to me that they split the report into two. That was the first half of the report. She didn't tell me that there would be another report coming. You understand?
Yeah.
So those are the reasons why it took so long. I see people commenting say this is England police, don't take that long to get back. They told us initially 2 weeks.
Of course they take long. We all know that. Anyway, sis, we're going to wrap up. We've had 4 hours. It's a long time. And, you know, I believe that, I don't know, how do you feel? Do you believe that you've been sort of given a fairer crack at the whip here?
Definitely fairer, but I still feel like we ain't really gone in detail because they sent, the manager to come and take over and tell all these lies and stray. That whole hour that she was chatting for, we could have been explaining the story more. We still haven't even spoken about the effects since the drugging and how it's been on him, psychologically, mentally, physically. But this is what they do, because there's more of them than there is us.
It's a lot. Look, all of that though, sis, like when we talk about those things, that is your story, and I understand that. But tonight we've come on to try to establish some facts in it, so we had to have the interjections and the whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. But
and also, even though it's your story, it still don't speak to the facts. Even if you do tell those parts of the story, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we're just trying to condense it, because if they want to know the full, well, you didn't even get to tell your full story on Raw.
But then we never. Every time we get a chance, they try and shoot us down. And
I do think well, it hasn't worked tonight. I don't think it was a shoot down. I think you were allowed to answer. I think that you know, it was an attempted shoot down, but I don't think it really landed. Really, do you?
No, it didn't. The manager just made them look even more guilty now, and made them look even more
guilty, but she didn't make herself very plausible. That's all I got to say.
She keeps referring to as
they don't believe the manager anyway, so it hasn't really landed here tonight, is what I'm saying. I just wanted to know that if you felt that you were dealt with a little bit more fairly in terms of
100%. And I like the fact that you kept reinforcing, because they like to, they think if they say the same thing over and over again, people will just take it. So the more she kept saying things that didn't make sense, you kept reinforcing that this is not it. It's not it. No. Whereas on Rapa's page, he just sat back and let them just take over. I felt like I was in court. It went from Rapa asking the questions to DJ Styler then asking the questions. Rather than give an account of what you saw. Yeah. And she also, one last thing, she said, the manager said about, he's not sure how many drinks he put. It's one drink that he had. It's DJ Styler and his girlfriend that's talking about,
Sorry, let me just address this comment before it disappears from me. Somebody says, are you going to have a discussion about the documentary about Sacha Johnson? I think it's important. Yes, I am. And it's going to be a very wide discussion. And what I want you guys to know is that I was fully aware of that documentary. It's one of ours that has made the documentary. So I know a lot about that documentary, and I know a lot about all the progress that's been made and whatever. So I am going to speak on it, but it's not going to be tonight, and it's going to be a separate thing for itself, okay? Just to answer your question, sis. But yes, sis, the story could take all day, because there's so much nuances and so much detail to you know, you and I have been speaking for months, and I still believe you haven't probably told me the whole thing. You know, there's a lot going on there. And we will revisit it once we get the results. You know, you'll have your time again to take it more fully once we get the results. But at this stage, we wanted to present the toxicology report, because they were baying for it. Well, what was in his blood? Why haven't you got the results? Because they were working off the piss test. They didn't think that you had any results. Now that this has come back, this is what you've presented now. So it's an update, really, because people have seen Love Alive and it has been raging for ages, even if we weren't aware of it. You understand? So you've done your update. You've told them you've come back up to speed. They've not really offered anything by way of anything. Nothing.
I haven't offered nothing, and that sounds questionable.
All it is just opinion. You know, DJ Styler's opinion. Well, he says he was at the party. I'm saying, just as much as they're saying, well, you could have gone off and drugged him yourself. I'm saying everybody at the party could be coerced and invested in making sure that they support their sister, isn't it?
Yeah. Even the looks they were giving us at the party.
It's not really that reliable, because there's no independent person who's not kind of invested in either side that's able to say one way or the other. Anyway, we're going to go on. Sis, we will be keeping up this conversation, no doubt. And moving forward, we'll be planning on
safe morning.
And you as well, my brother. Thank you for being so sentinel in the whole thing. You know, we've seen how you just sit in the background, you have your little say, and you know, you've been very, very calm as far as I can see as an individual. So thank you guys. Yeah.
Thank you, Afua. Big up yourself.
Yeah, you too, sis. You too.
All
All right,
we'll keep in contact. Bye.
All right, bye. And there we have it yet again. There we have it yet again. Yo, my head are at me. Is all I gotta say, people. My head is hot in me. I can't separate. I can't put a Rizzler paper between all of it right now. Actually, maybe I can. Actually, there's a widening gap. Yeah, before I couldn't put a Rizzler paper between it, but there's now a widening gap for me, and I'm more erring towards. This is just me personally. You can believe what you want. I'm kind of more erring towards Team Substance, and that's simply because of what she's presented. Nobody else has substantiated their claims. Apart from the drugging, take that out of it. All of the mud that has been thrown back and forth has been more substantiated by this sister than it has been by them. So that's why I'm more kind of erring towards Team Substance. But anyhow, we'll see when the lie detector comes through. If you look in the comments, not the comments, the description, as there always is, there is places where you can donate because we are still fundraising for His Time Is Up March 2024. But also, let's get this done, man. Let's get this lie detector done. Let's put it to bed. I'm pretty interested to see the outcome of this. As much as it's something that we don't normally follow up, I would like to see it. So let's see what's going to happen. And you guys will be updated. So look out for it. I'll see you again next week, people. Thanks for participating, viewing, supporting, and always having an open mind. Have a lovely weekend, my people. Blessed love, yeah. Blessed love. Blessed love. Oh, God, blessed love. I was about to yawn. Blessed love, my people. I'll see you guys next week. Take care.